I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sure. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, beautiful people out there. Sorry, we had a bit of a technical issue and we're just starting now. What I promise you is going to be an awesome time that you're going to spend here today. My name is KJ. I'm sitting in for Dr. Rudolph, who is unavoidably absent for now. But I promise you the package is total and it's well packaged, and we're going to go into all kinds of topics today with the time available on our hands. But let's from this let's start from our major man.
For second term, don't vote for me. By all means necessary. You must have electricity, and you will not pay for estimated bill anymore. A promise made will be a promise kept. If I can't keep the promise and I come back for second term, don't vote for me. That's the truth. Unless I give you adequate reasons why I couldn't deliver.
Okay, unless we give you adequate reason why we cannot deliver, don't vote for us. I'm also going to be, tagging alongside with Dr. Electricity, who also invariably had been somewhere around Nigeria, so he has the first-hand information of what's going on down there. But before we go there, let's hit the major roundups of news in today's world. And I would like to start with this guy.
Last night, on the order of the President of the United States, and in support of a request from the Department of Justice, the United States military conducted an apprehension mission in Caracas, Venezuela, to bring to justice two indicted persons, Nicolás and Cecilia Maduro.
Nicolás Maduro had his chance until he didn't. He effed around and he found out.
This was one of the most stunning, effective, and powerful displays of American military might and competence in American history.
Like, I don't understand yet how they haven't figured this out. And now, if you don't know, now you know. Because this is the way it's going to play out. And I think people need to understand that this is not a president that just talks and does letters and press conferences. And, if he says he's serious about something, he means it. But don't play games. Don't play games with this president's in office, because it's not going to turn out well.
Kuma kun san dukan ku ƙarya ne, da ƙarya ka kawo hari, amma ina shugabannin me suka yi? Sun sit. Ina malamai? Kawo muna hari kan ƙarya, tsoratar da mu. a ba mu sharuɗai, sannan kuma a shigo da kuɗi ƙasar na a ce a wannan kashi na Kirista ne. Wani ƙasa ne ma za ta yadda a shigo da abu don a raba al'umma? Ba wata ƙasar da za ta yadda, sai ce a ko dai ka kawo dukan mu ko ka riƙe abun ka ba masu koko. Amma duka an yi haka, ba mai ma magana, ba mai surutu, kowa ya can yana tsoro. Irin halin da muke ciki kenan a wannan ƙasa. Shi ma laifiya sun zo yakin 'yan ta'adda, to suwa suka yi 'yan ta'addan? Ai su ne suke yi. Boko Haram, a ku ji wani abu nan ba sabon ba. Safiyar da za a sa bom din nan karfe 8 na dan kwanta sai aka bugo mu waya, ba zan gaya muku wanda ya bugo mu waya ba. Sai ya ce mu gashi ana security briefings, wai an ce ina cikin list na Boko Haram wanda suka yi air marking za su yi eliminating. Daga Abuja ka bugo mu ana security meeting cewa an yi air marking ina za a eliminating ina, kuma su waye Boko Haram. Sai kusan la'asar za mu je tafsiri cikin azumi, zan yi projection.
Okay, you have heard it, from the horse's mouth.
Sorry, KJ, would you be kind enough to interpret what the man said? I don't.
Oh yeah, the man says that I want to jump up the rest of it. He said just want to dwell on the part that I think is necessary. He is saying that his name came up in the security meeting, and he was called by one of the people who were in attendance and told that he had been marked down for elimination by America. And I think he's just giving himself, in this my opinion, I think he's just giving himself an unnecessary importance. I mean, I'm if you want me, I can go back to, Maduro. Maduro just said something here. Maybe we should go back to that video and see. Because this is how cowards speak. And at the end of the day, they don't do anything.
I agree with you. I think he wants to make himself relevant even when he's not relevant.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, like I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you in respect to that's what Sheik. Sheik wants to make himself relevant.
Yeah.
Whereby he is not relevant at all. So.
Yeah. Sheik Gumi, he can't claim to be relevant in an ungoverned space like Nigeria, but in a place where people are being governed and where human beings live. People like him should have been long time, behind bars, because these are agents that rattle and give importance to evil that is going on in Nigeria. And so for him to come up to say who are you that America will look for you? They look for people who are bigger than you. How you guys just give yourself some so unnecessary importance, you may be important. He may be important to the people who are members of his family and all that, but not to the world. He's he's a small fry. But let's leave it at that. Maybe other people. This is my own opinion. So maybe other people will have a better reason why to say Sheik Gumi, who was deported from Saudi Arabia and banned from coming to Saudi Arabia for Hajj, who is a Muslim but banned from going to the holy city to perform the injunction that is given to Muslims who can afford it, and then you come and you are preaching Islam to those of us who are in Nigeria. Are you for real? It's like saying you're a Christian and you are not allowed to go to Israel, and then you come to tell us about how Christ died and was buried and resurrected. Are you for real? Are you for real? Are you for real? But that's my opinion. Hey, you guys, don't take me serious. That's my opinion. You may have your own opinion. He may be your Messiah. He may be your hero. I don't know. But for me, I'm saying that in a clime, in a country, in a nation where things are done very well, you cannot. In fact, one of the Nigerian laws says that when you are in interaction with terrorists, trying to do things to in favor of terrorists are supposed to be arrested and prosecuted as a terrorist. But you see, those laws don't apply except if somebody from the southeast. So let's leave it, you know. And let's just go ahead and have a discussion. Electricity, I want to start on a little bit of a sober note. No, a sober note, really. Some time ago, a friend of mine coming from Nigeria to say that this very dear friend, the grandson of Akintola, passed on. He used to be a journalist. He's a film producer, a documentary maker. He's a very versatile guy with a lot of knowledge in many ways. He also did part of it's from him that I actually heard part of Akintola's story that was never told, you know. And they were trying to do that documentary. We did some part of it. I don't know if he has finished it now, but you know, he passed on, you know, last year. And we pray that his soul rests in peace. Some of you may have known him. Very gentle guy, very loving guy, and very gentle. In fact, one of the gentle giants I've seen. You know, he hardly talks, but very full of knowledge and about Nigeria and the politics in Nigeria. We pray that his family will find, you know, a place to how to be able to, you know, bear the pain. I know his wife. Met her even before she got married through another friend of mine, and today she and, you know, about 3 or 4 of their children are left to mourn him, and also his relatives. We pray that God will grant him peace and rest, and give the family the fortitude to bear the irreplaceable loss of this young, brilliant Nigerian.
May so rest in peace, and may, like you said, may God grant his family the fortitude to bear the loss of their loved one. Nobody wishes or wants their loved one to pass away, regardless.
Yes, very loving guy, very nice guy.
The legacy left behind will be promoted or followed upon by his children, wife, and those around him. So again, may so rest in perfect peace.
Amen. Amen. All right. Trying to remember his wife's name. I pray that she is able to go through and manage the children now that she's the only one left to do that. All right. Let's move on. Yes, Mr. Electricity, you are welcome. You have seen our advertisement, and our advertisement says what? Well, beyond Venezuela, Trump is after me. That's what you know, the Gumi guy claims. And then, what are the obstacles that have been put on the ways of Obi, and is he going to be able to surmount those obstacles? This is going to form the basis of our discussion today. And as you all come in, and as Electricity enlighten us the more, come in, please, and let's discuss civilly. There's not going to be any fighting. There's not going to be any insult. We're all just going to have a very useful discussion here. Your views are your views. We respect them, but it doesn't mean that your views are cast on stone. So when you are coming with your views, be ready to also to hear the other person's view on the same issue we're talking about. Having said that, I remain, you know, KJ and Electricity is here with me, and we are going to kick it off just right away. Okay. Yes, right away we're going to kick it off. So let's go. All right, Mr. Electricity, what will be your view on we have?
In the matter of Venezuela, I mean, the allegation is suspected to be involved in narcotics, and but my concern is when the statement that the U.S. will now be running Venezuela going forward. I think I'm trying to remember this country when Fidel Castro, Cuba, when Fidel Castro, when the UN was actually, US was not involved in Cuba. I don't know how it's going to play out. Okay, what do they mean they are going to be running Venezuela? That means everything that takes place there will be run by the United States, and that is worrisome. Or that should be worrisome, particularly to those who want freedom. So there will be no freedom, no matter if you have an external forces running your country. Don't expect to get that freedom. That should be a concern to us Nigerians, clamoring for external foreign countries to come and take over or operate our country, to which we can operate ourselves. But we'll see how it's going to play in the coming days. To be honest, I really don't have much to say in that regards to Maduro and Venezuela. I know Venezuela economy is not that great. They have the oil, which would be a great asset to the United States and other countries. But we'll see how it's going to play in the next coming days. And I hope we watching, Nigerians in particular, we will learn lessons from there and try to fix our country. We must not also forget that our president is not an allegation fact that he was involved in such drug dealings, or the money seized from him was is suspected to be a proceed of drugs or illegal business. So that alone is something we should be concerned. Even though I'm not worried, because most of our leaders are already compromised, and so I don't think it will take, if they want to, I don't think it will take that much time, just like Venezuela as it is. So to be honest, I'm just watching in the next coming days how it's going to play out and how long they will run the country. So as it is, they've lost their freedom, they've lost everything, and they will put whoever they want to put there, who will listen to them or do their biddings, as the case as things stands right now. So, and I pray we don't find ourselves in such a situation, no matter how it is. Like someone said today, freedom does not exist in a vacuum, which is the truth. It does not exist in a vacuum. So again, like I said, in terms of Venezuela, we just sit down, watch, and see how things will play out. A lot have said, some religious body have said, oh, this is scriptures being fulfilled. I don't see any scriptures being fulfilled. So until such time somebody gives me, if it's according to divine orders, and portraying Trump to be that Messiah, Trump is gonna gloat on this thing. It's gonna dwell on it, whether we like it or not, and it will use it. It will milk it to the to the last drop. But for what it is, KJ, I think we should be worried as Nigerians who clamoring, even applauding him for what he did in Sokoto State. Something I don't support, I don't agree with, never will. And that is me personally, not reflecting on anyone. So I reserve my own views and opinion and feelings in that regard. Coming home, the first video you played is our president saying, guaranteeing us electricity. And if we fail, to do that,
it's
we
good
should not
because
vote
you are
for
here
him.
in electricity. So tell us, they said it should not be voted. Now, do you have electricity? That's why I like the fact that you are here.
Honestly speaking, like AJ, it's like it's sad. I must tell you. Well, I won't use the word sad. It's a challenge true to Nigerians if we are going to take up the challenge. But I have to be honest with you. Most of us have forgotten that this man made this statement. Most of us have forgotten, only because it is recorded. Most of us have forgotten that he made this statement. And we are not going to hold him or take him to tax or his government to tax about this. It's a bold statement he made. He said, if he doesn't, don't vote for him. Well, let's forget about that voting aspect first, because that's a different ball game. But here it is. It's so wise that it made a way of escape, a route of escape that if it doesn't happen, ask me for an explanation. And once he gives you an explanation, there's nothing you can do again as to why that vision. It's sad because it's quick. It's quick to pass certain tax law, and from explanation given about it, the tax law itself is not bad. Just that we don't see the effect on the citizens and infrastructures. The tax law is not. Everybody pay tax everywhere in the world. It's like what Jesus said: "Give unto Caesar what is Caesar, and give unto God what is what is to God." Well, I was asking somebody this morning, I think I want to be an anti-Nigerian citizen, in the sense that I'm not going to blame our leaders again. Thank you. I'm not going to blame our leaders again. I'm not going to blame our leaders again. I think we citizens, we are the problem. If we look at what the president said, electricity is key. And I still say that. I mean, there are some places they've not had electricity for months in Nigeria now.
Okay.
Months.
If you allow me to interject, I'm going to do something very, very, maybe we have not done before. So right now, I see that you and I are not on the same line. So I'm going to make you a co-host to this program now. So you are going to be on the other side, because you are going to, several things you have said now that I don't agree with. And there's a particular, a FOSA, is it a FOSA or who that is making comment on the comment section? I want to put it, it's a disclaimer. I want to put it out here. In my university days, my first project that I did in the university was a project on a man called Professor Sonny Oti. Professor Sonny Oti used to be the pioneer professor in the University of Jos. And if you belong to families of those people who owned black and white TV those days, like I did, you find out that Professor Sonny Oti used to have a program running on Nigerian television called The Playhouse. It was recorded in NTA Jos. People like Tom Adaba, who just died last year, were part of the actors, the cast of that program. Now, Professor Sonny Oti was one of the brains behind the media of Biafra, and he had a lot of writings of how they did the propaganda and everything in Biafra. I, as a graduating student, decided to do a study of the guerrilla theater, a process that was applied in the Biafran Civil War. So when I talk about Biafra, I think I know a little bit more. I can proud myself that I know a little bit more than some of the people out there. And I did that. That brought me to a lot of Professor Sonny Oti's books and songs. Many of us don't know that Sonny Oti is the one who wrote If You Marry a Taxi Driver and So Trouble. Nigeria Go Survive, and all great other songs, both Christian songs and otherwise. But you see, when you come and you throw this kind of jab at me, and I want to, today I'm not wearing that kind of cap, gentleman cap, no. I will throw the jab back at you. You hear me? So just take it easy. I'll not be gentleman at all, according to fella. Okay, for today, I'll not be gentleman. First and foremost, I want to tell you, I started following the activities of IPOB before many of you even realized what IPOB was. Some of us reported or did, interviews of such before it even became popular. So, hold your sword, put it away from you. If you don't like IPOB, it's okay. But don't try to use it as a yardstick to begin to measure, it's not good. Don't do that. All right, having said that, I just want you to know that we know certain things. We will not be saying it. Let's leave it at that. I welcome Mr. James. You are actually the first, and I see Tony, I see Mazi, Okpara. You are welcome. Now, I will invite them in, but I will also give electricity an opportunity to drive this discussion. Because why am I doing that? He doesn't like what happened in Sokoto. I'm celebrating what happened in Sokoto. You understand what I'm saying? No. I'm one of those who went to town dancing around, dancing and praising, Donald Trump for doing what he did, because there's nothing on earth that is equivalent to a human life. And where carnage is happening, anybody who takes up the challenge to stop it is my hero. I repeat, where people are being destroyed without any reason, people who cannot defend themselves, with no arm, nothing. You go there, you do whatever you like, and you call yourself a hero. No, you're a coward. And so what he had done, I praise and well. In fact, I'm waiting for him to finish the job. Okay, that's one part. Okay, and so we have brought ourselves to where we are in Nigeria. Nobody. You see what happened to the people of, and I have a video of the people of Venezuela. The left-wing media are saying what they are saying, but the people of Venezuela are celebrating what is happening. So I will play the video just in case anybody have doubt. I'll play videos of people who are rejoicing in the street of Caracas on what has happened. So why then should we be crying more than grief? It doesn't happen that way. It's not a good thing. But I welcome Mr. James. I welcome Mazi Okwara. I welcome you, Tony. I now shift the gear to Mr. Electricity to go on from here, and then let's see how it goes. Okay, I'm here, but let Electricity, you have your questions for our panelists, or you want to make your own contribution and then pally to whoever. But Mr. James is here. I'm sure that Mr. James have a lot to say about this. Of course, everyone of us.
I'll go with the panelists. I mean, I've already opined my own, but let me just clarify something in respect to my position in matter of Sokoto State. Yes, definitely, the killings there are condemnable. All life matters, just like they say, Black life matters. All life matters in Nigeria. No life is better than the other. And we see carnage every day in Nigeria, not just necessarily in Sokoto State. And so I just want to clarify myself that that's the position I stand in, that whatever was done in Sokoto State, from my little knowledge about Nigeria and what is happening, doesn't change anything. And it will not change anything. Am I supporting the killings in Sokoto State by Boko Haram? Definitely not. So you look at the bigger picture and we think outside the box. But we'll get to that after. So I would like to welcome gentlemen on the panel. You've seen the topic, and you've read what is it? So, Mr. James, it's a pleasure to see you again. Happy New Year. It's been a while we've spoken. I've been in exile myself from Dr. Rudolph's platform. So I'm back. Back. So I'm going to give you the floor. And listen, like what KG said, I want us to be respectful to each other. Please. I think this... we should refrain from these insults and respect people's opinions, even if we disagree with their opinion. Let's go beyond these insults, because it will never ever take us anywhere. We had a show here on Friday, and I really was disappointing, to say the least, where insults were being thrown at each other. I think we're beyond that. We should have gone past beyond that at this stage. Thank you, Mr. James. The floor is yours. KJ, do you want to time? Do you want to give time, or you want just the floor, or you want us to time? You muted, KJ. You muted, KJ. You are muted.
Since we are five, let's go for 5 minutes so that everyone can express on each topic whatever they feel. So when we are coming back, we just reduce the time. Then. For now, let them go.
Okay. Mr. James, you have 5 minutes just to weigh in on any of these.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear, please.
And you wish me a happy new year when actually there's nothing to be happy about. So it's conventional anyway. It's conventional. There's nothing to be happy about.
Mr. James,
Okay,
you're
now,
not close.
Let's be serious. Let me start with Mr. Gumi. In the Christian Bible, I think it's Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1. Please, anyone should correct me if I'm wrong. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1. The author said, the evildoer runneth when there is no pursuer. That is the case with Mr. Gumi. He said that somebody phoned him from the security sector that his name has been penciled so that he will be eliminated. So he must tell us who revealed that piece of information to him. It's a security matter. The security agents should not only go after Yahoo boys. He is a security threat to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and to the United States Armed Forces. This is one of the reasons why I believe that the operation they carried out at Sokoto, they did not involve the Nigerian military. If they had involved them, the information would have leaked. So that is that. And it's very funny that Gumi is afraid of death. When he and his cohorts are those preaching to people that when you die in a jihad, you go to heaven to marry 72 virgins. It seems that he is worn out, so he will not be able to satisfy 72 virgins. That is why he's afraid of death. Anyway, it's a non-starter. What happened in Venezuela, if we like it or not, this is the outbreak of Third World War. Unlike First and Second World War, where soldiers fought in trenches, they recruit soldiers from colonial territories. That is not the technique they're going to use in fighting the Third World War, because the armament in use right now does not require the use of, the deployment of troops on such a massive scale. It's going to be very precise and just very precise hitting, colossal destruction in just a matter of minutes or seconds. That is the kind of war they want to fight. Third World War has started. When the Archduke Ferdinand of Austria was killed in Sarajevo, in Bosnia, I think June 28 or so, 1914, people never knew that the war started long before that time. There was arms race in in Europe, colonial rivalries, secret alliances, and what have you. The causes of the war were piling up. So it was the death of that Archduke Ferdinand of Austria that broke the camel's back, and First World War was declared. And they fought it from 1914 to 1918. In 1919, they signed the peace treaty. The same thing with Second World War. When the Italians invaded Abyssinia, modern-day Ethiopia, in 1935, nobody knew that Second World War had started. After that, the Spanish Civil War broke out. They finished the Spanish Civil War, and Hitler rose in Germany. He invaded Rhineland. From Rhineland, I think, went to Czechoslovakia. From there to Romania. The British Prime Minister said they had to use containment policy. Before they knew, the whole world was already at war. They call it World War. Actually, it's not World War in the strict sense. It's Great European Wars, because not the whole world got involved in the matter. The South American countries were not involved for historical reasons I will not be able to get into now. So that is that Third World War has started. And from the look of things, Nigeria, in fact, West Africa is going to be a war theater. We should get ready for it because of the geopolitics going on within the sub-region, which Nigeria, as a so-called superpower, is unable to handle. There's going to be a theater of war in this sub-region. Now, the invasion in, Venezuela, it is a bit surprising that people are taken unawares as if it has never happened before. As I was explaining yesterday, kindly permit me to read something. It's just a paragraph. I will try to be very quick in reading it. But you need to know that this issue of invasion is as old as man. The paragraph says, during the African colonial wars, The seemingly unending list of banished kings and chiefs who resisted colonial rule and its concomitant dominance include the following: the French deported King Behazin of Dahomey to Martinique before being relocated to Algeria, where he eventually died. The defeated King Gaza of Mozambique was banished to the Azores. Sheik Amadou Bemba of Senegal was banished to Mauritania. Likewise, Samori Touré was banished to Gabon. The British banished Prempeh I of Ashanti Empire to Seychelles Island. Oba of Orame of Benin was banished to Calabar. King Jaja of Opobo, King Nana of Ichekiri land, and in fact, the list is unending. These kings were banished after the invasion of their countries. So this is exactly what has happened in Venezuela right now. They invaded Venezuela and they took the king and took him away to New York. That is ancient days. In the modern times, in 1980, the Soviets invaded Afghanistan. And after that, on October 28, 1983, Grenada was invaded by Ronald Reagan. The president then was Bishop Maurice. December 20, 1989, Panama was invaded. They took, I think, something Noriega to the United States. Christmas Day, 2025, Nigeria was invaded, although nobody was arrested. In 1989,
30 seconds, Mr. James, please.
1896, something happened in 1896. I think it should be anyway. The point I'm making is this is as old as man. There's action taking place now. There's nothing new that is happening in the world today that has not happened before. I think somewhere in the Bible, I cannot remember, King Solomon said, there's nothing new under the sun. So this is just the same script that has been played since the ancient days.
Have been played over time.
Over again. So anyway, as Nigerians, we should prepare for a very rough time. And I welcome the action of Donald Trump, although with some resentment. Geoffrey Chaucer in Canterbury Tales, he said, if gold rust, what will iron do? If Nigeria can be invaded, what will happen to other African countries? The Zulu people will say Siyafa. Siyafa in Zulu means we are finished. If Nigeria can be invaded and nothing happened and Nigerians are happy, it means the whole of Africa is gone. At the end of the Third World War, Africa will be shared among the victorious powers, just like what happened in the First and Second World War. Thank you so much.
I'll come back to you. You said something, like you rightly said, it's not new. You've mentioned it. You left out Iraq, you left out Libya. So it's not in weapons of mass destruction, Libya, Gaddafi. So really, it's nothing new. What the rule is, if you have questions or clarification for Mr. James, you can ask 1 minute straight question. However, if you have a rebuttal, you're going to do your rebuttal with your own time. Does anyone have questions or clarification for Mr. James based on the submission, please? I take that as a no. In no particular order, I will go to AY. AY, the floor is yours. Mr. James said this is the beginning, or this is could lead to Third World War. Do you agree or disagree with that, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I don't have answer for that. Let's keep watching what is going to happen. But however, I want to quickly align with electricity. Say a lot of good stuff. No matter what it is, if the action of Trump and United States were genuine in Nigeria, like we really have a country with genuine intention to help us curb insecurity in Nigeria, I will support it. But a lot of people have consistently said, from history, we know the activities of America in foreign countries. But what I see, we pretend we don't know what is going on. A lot of us, even yesterday, I was just listening to people. A lot of people pretend they don't know what is going on, but they know. Um, it just sad the state we are in Nigeria, how you see a lot of Nigerians don't even love their country. They don't mind if you are throwing a bomb to kill some people in the country. I heard on this platform somebody was saying, "Oh, use a bigger bomb you use in Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the north." Like, why would you even say that? I think this is where the division is coming from, right? Like, there is division in the country where a lot of people don't care if a neighbor is killed. We are not Nigeria enough. For me, I want every part of the country to be protected. Let the people be protected. Um, from history, we were told a lot of lies. In Iraq, America invaded Iraq. You know what is happening in Iraq today. In Libya, we know what happened. They invaded Libya, same lies. That is exactly what is happening in Venezuela, nothing more. How can you tell the people that, oh, the president of a country is a drug dealer? Why don't you wait for him to finish his tenure? Then you go get him and try him in a competent court. But no, but we are here pretending that we don't know what is going on. Trump, what is even good is Trump is actually better than a lot of people that come on this platform. The difference is Trump is very intentional, he's very genuine. He will tell you, this is why I'm going there. Trump yesterday is making a lot of noise. We got to get the oil, we got to invest billion, we got to make a lot of money from Venezuela. He's not even hiding it. Just like the way he said when he went to Congo, tried to resolve issue in Congo, he said we're going to benefit a lot. We're going to get a lot of natural resources. He's not even hiding it. But when he was coming to Nigeria, Nigerians are here. Oh, he's not coming for oil. America have oil more than Nigeria. Blah, 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 bullshit. Trump is not even hiding it. He's telling you this is the reason why he's going there. But it's on camera, it's everywhere. Some people will pretend that they don't know what is going. Me, I know the politics of Nigeria. The politics of Nigeria is why you hear some people cry every time is because they don't have opportunity from the people, like the people that are oppressing the common people in Nigeria. If you give them opportunity, they will do the same. But except your mind is clear, even when they rig elections in Nigeria, some people will go against it because it's not their favorite that rig the election. This is what I see going on in Nigeria. If you want true justice, you have to stand for justice and stand against injustice, whoever is involved. This is the true justice. It's not justice that Nigeria, I kind of call it an oppressive society. Even when you meet even common people in Nigeria, I just have this feeling that it's because some of them don't have opportunity. That's why they are complaining. It is an oppressive society. When you give them power or they have little money, then they start oppressing their neighbor. This is what is going on. But however, there is no justification to support whatever Trump is doing in Venezuela. There is no justification to support whatever Trump is doing across the world. People were here pre-election arguing that, oh, Trump did not invade any country. Now, Trump has successfully invaded up to 4 or 5 countries. The same people that were making the argument, yesterday I wanted to come and admit for further. You were saying this too. You know, Trump has invaded up to 4 or 5 countries right now. It's no longer news. So you should allow Venezuelans to determine the fate of their country. You know, allow them to determine the fate of it's a sovereign nation. You don't come here and just pick up the president of a country like one little fly. Of course, I think it was an inside job. There was a lot of sellout because how do you pick up a president without resistance, without anybody be killed? But it is what it is. But let's keep pretending we don't know what is going on. On Nigeria issue, what I'm going to do is the last one. I think we don't know what is coming for us. I kept saying, when you create crisis in Nigeria, when you support the evil going on in Nigeria, when Nigeria go into crisis, all of us here are going to suffer for it. Because if we are not suffering directly, our family will suffer. If you think you are in abroad, the honest truth is everybody will pay for it. That's what we don't know. That's just the honest truth. So I pray we don't get there. We'll get there, we'll all regret it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tony, thank you again. Happy New Year. Our president promised us electricity. And this is his thought yet. 2027 is around the corner. That promise has not been fulfilled. It's a promise made is a promise kept, quote and unquote. That promise has not been kept, and there is no possibility of keeping that promise. As a seer yourself, he said, don't vote for me and ask me for an explanation. As a seer yourself, would you be able to go into his mind to tell us what could be the possible explanation it will give to Nigerians as a reason why he was unable to fulfill that promise? And why are Nigerians not holding him to that task of that promise he made? Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year, electricity. Happy New Year, KJ. Happy New Year, Pa James. Happy New Year, AY. Happy New Year, Mazapara. And viewers, Happy New Year. I wish you the best of the year. Well, you're putting me on the spot. I'm not a seer. I can only try and prognosticate. Let me start with your question, and then I want to talk about Gumi too. So just those two issues, but let me try and answer your question first. Maybe I can look at my crystal ball. I think, in fairness to the president, some people will say it's a campaign thing. You know, a lot of our politicians come over there and they say things. I mean, you remember that he also said recruit 5 million youths into the army and feed them with taekwondo, cassava, gari, and the one. You know, but it's just 2 years. We're going to the 3rd year, and if you want to take him on his words, I think he still has about 2 years, so that at the end of the 4 years, we'll be properly able to assess him. But I have been wondering what is the real problem in the power sector that it appears to have defiled, you know, a lot of solutions since Obasanjo. A lot of money has been pumped into it. They don't want to tell us the exact figures, but we have made some very strategic investments into power. We have taken some policies, the unbundling of the power sector, which used to be an exclusive on the exclusive list. Right now they're talking about the TCN the transmission sector, trying to unbundle because generation has been unbundled. I think that it looks like we have not done a proper diagnosis of the problem in that industry: generation, transmission, and distribution. I don't know, maybe because it's there are some security issues also tied to it. But let us give the president another 2 years, and then we can be in a position to properly interrogate the question that you have asked. So far, it's looking like it's rocket science. Not being able to properly grapple with the problem, the challenge in that industry. And there are quite a lot of, just looking at it as a layperson, I know there are issues to do with even our own attitude to public infrastructure. I know that it's an industry that we have neglected for years since Kainji came upstream in 1964 and then 1968. We didn't do a long-term project, as to constantly upgrade our power infrastructure. And we are now paying for, although we have, apart from hydro, we have, diversified, we have gone into other forms of energy, but still, we still have this problem. And so I think that for Asiwaju, let's give him another 2 years, and then maybe we'll be able to say, whether he has kept his promise or not. But quickly, let me go to Gumi. I'm surprised that what we are talking about is Donald Trump did this, Donald Trump didn't do that. For me, looking at Nigeria, people say Gumi has gone into hiding. He has deleted some of the texts that he posted, which are not, which a lot of them criticizing the US and Donald Trump. Some people say the Sultan is not been seen for years. Akpabio says, oh, Donald Trump is on our neck, and so on and so forth. But I think the issue here, for me, is the fact that we have neglected the things that we are supposed to be talking about. And that's the insecurity in our country, which has caused some of these things that we're seeing, like the strike in Sokoto. And I think it's uncharitable for people to be castigating Donald Trump and so on, and forget that, the reason for this thing is basically because we kept quiet when people were being massacred and killed and so on. And this is since this has been on since 2009. And people have been massacred, people have been killed. Nobody said anything. And so Donald Trump's strike only, tells us how stupid that we have been over the years. That our own people are being killed, and we just feel like it's normal. And so when you look at someone like Gumi, who is a sheik, a religious leader, a teacher, a respected person, that's a medical doctor, who also served in the army, who is supposed to be preaching and be saying the kind of thing that are supposed to be coming from his mouth, I think that's supposed to speak about unity, supposed to, think that will bring the country together. But all the things he has been saying, from what I gather and what I see, is inflaming the tension and the division in the country. And it is, for me, it's very, very sad. So, and I think that for people to neglect that and be talking about all these trivial issues about Trump doing this or Trump doing that, I think it's very, very unfair. Because the people who are being killed are human beings. They are not. If we have kept our house in order, all this stress, all these things will not be happening. And I think it's the failure of the government to deal with this issue, the various governments, not just this government, to deal with this issue sincerely. Because if we begin to dissect the various issues of how we have, what our attitude, the attitude of government to insecurity, you will see that we haven't done well. And therefore, if you keep your house, as you make your bed, so you lie on it. If you don't keep your country well, you allow people to come and begin to dictate to you and to tell you these things. Whether it's justified, whether it's morally right or not, it's irrelevant, because if you can't help yourself, like the foreign minister said, Tuga said, if your house is burning and your neighbor comes with an extinguisher to help you extinguish it, it's only foolish for you to say, no, let my house burn down. I see you want to, you're trying to.
Yeah, your time is up, and
I'm sorry.
there are several questions I personally have for you, but we'll come back to that in I'm going to yield the moderating back to, because we're moderating together. But before I yield it back to KJ, I'll go to Max Okpara. Max Okpara, does anyone have questions for Mr. Tony, please, before we move ahead? Just 1 minute, straight to the question, please.
It's a question, it's a comment. So on the electricity.
No, we want to leave it for question. If you have a comment,
I'll make comment later. Yeah, on the electricity issue. I should go ahead.
Yeah, ask him the question, please.
So, question of Mr. Tony. Yeah, you said it's still remaining 2 years for President Tinubu. Good. But for me, I'm talking from experience, there is no way Nigeria can have 24 hours electricity in the next 5 years. It's impossible. But I want you to explain to us how you think we can have stable electricity 24 hours uninterrupted in 2 years. If you can help us with that, help us break it down, please.
You have to pay me to tell you how we can have
Mr. Tony, Mr. Tony, you cannot evade. You can't evade. You can't evade that question, please.
May I answer the question briefly?
You have to pay me, but let me try. It's not rocket science. It's not rocket science. That I know from what we have heard from experts and so on. It has taken us too long. And if you look at that industry, you will see there are issues about certain monies, billions that have been spent, and we can't account for it. There are issues, yes, about infrastructure and so on and so forth. But the basic thing is that, let me give you one example. I think there was some years back, some senators, members of the House and Senate, went to Akosombo Dam in Ghana to inspect, to learn from them how they have, at the time, managed to ensure that they have stable electricity. And when they went there, they were amazed that some of the people who were dismissed or sacked, fired from NEPA, as it was then, were some of the very critical operating staff, mining the turbines and so on in Akosombo. And they were shocked. And yet these are people who were laid off, who, if they were in Nigeria, would have helped, in some ways to ensure that, we don't go through this, problems that we're having and, collapse and all those type of, things that we're having. So I think the problem is a little bit complex. There's corruption, there's bad management, just as it is in various infrastructures. So if we can take out all that, first of all, and channel the resources, into what specifically it is meant for, and then we can use the expertise that we have. Then I think we shouldn't be hanging between 5,000 and 6,000 generating capacity. We shouldn't. And then our transmission would have been better, because sometimes we generate much more, but we are not able to transmit and to distribute. So those problems, would have been able to solve. Yes.
Electricity, can I comment as an authority in this field?
No, hold on 1 second. KJ, Mazi Okpara, please, I beg your indulgence. Mr. James wants to comment for 2 minutes, please. I know you've been waiting patiently. Yeah. Then KJ will start up with you, please. Mr. James, Mr. Tony, I will really take you on several questions, because to me it appears you are sitting on the fence in respect to most of your response. We'll push. I have certain pushbacks or rebuttal in that regard. So, no Mr. Problem. James, you have 2 minutes. James, KJ, the moderating back to you, and I'm still here. So, the next person after Mr. James is Mazi Okpara. Mazi Okpara, thank you for your indulgence. I yield the floor back to you, Mr.
Yeah, Mazi Okpara, I owe you my gratitude. Now, the issue is this. Trump is interested in Nigeria for security reasons affecting the United States. The Islamic fundamentalists in the Middle East have been decimated. They've scattered all their networks. They've come to West Africa to set up an Islamic caliphate If they get a stronghold here in West Africa, it's going to be an unmitigated disaster to the Western world. So we should give Trump, I mean, this is now trade-off. We will give you the opportunity to wipe them out, not only from Nigeria, but the whole of West Africa. In return, you should revamp our electricity industry. We're not asking you to pay us in cash. If you're able to wipe up these people to benefit you, your security in the Western world, what will you do for us in return? We want you to help us as an ally to fix our electricity industry. I think that is, one way of solving this problem.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. James, for always keeping to time. Yes, Mazi Okpara, you came in, and thank you for being patient, because I know that you should have spoken, you and Tony should have spoken before AY, but it's okay. What's your take on the topic?
Yeah. Good evening, folks. Venezuela, let me start from Venezuela. Joe Biden, raised bounty on Maduro to $25 million, Joe Biden, and denied him state immunity, making it lawful for US troops to arrest him on Venezuela soil or elsewhere. Joe Biden, not Trump. Go and read it. Senator Schumer on Senate floor blames Trump for not capturing Maduro, for allowing him to be the president of Venezuela when Trump was going out. That was 2020 when Trump lost the election. Schumer came on Senate floor, was blaming Trump for allowing this man to continue as president of America. So the policy to capture Maduro, or what is his name, is American policy. It has nothing to do with Trump. Maybe Trump is the person that has the balls to go and do it, but they started it even with what do you call him now, Joe Bush the Jr. and up to Biden. It is now that Trump has fulfilled that policy. That is for Venezuela. Now you come to Nigeria. Somebody is telling us that what Trump did in Nigeria is wrong. And those who are celebrating Trump from taking those people away from Nigeria are anti-Nigeria, are anti-Nigeria, yeah. I think some people, we deserve respect here. We deserve respect. Nobody is we are adults. People who are killing your fellow Nigerians in their thousands, made millions miserable, made millions refugees in their own country. As we speak, 3.4 million Nigerians are living in refugee camps within Nigeria and in Nigeria. Not because Nigeria is fighting war against other countries, no, but because some people are making life miserable inside Nigerians, and the government has no power to deal with them. And someone came to our rescue, and somebody is blaming us that we are happy. It's a shame. Today, 40 people have been murdered in Niger State today. 40 people in Niger State. People are dying every day in the hands of these people. And Nigerians are celebrating Trump for coming, at least showing signs that somebody cares. And some people are not happy about it. I don't understand the world we are living in. Why are we so wicked like this? Because it's not happening in your village, because your village could be in peace, because your people are not dying. That is why you are not concerned about people in Zamfara State who have lost everything to these marauders. You are not concerned about people in Katsina who have no home anymore. Even Katsina, under General Buhari, who came from Katsina, people are still running away from Katsina State, and American government spending their own tax, payers' money, risking their lives, coming to Nigeria to do something that no government has the balls to do, and somebody is against it because of religious, sentiments. Are we not human beings? Sheik Gumi, I'm sorry for that guy. I'm sorry for him, but look at the kind of profile. Look at that person, his personality. Look at how he has reduced himself. Anyway, his father. I grew up in the north. When his father was alive, his father swore that he will never be alive and a Christian become the president of Nigeria. That was Gumi Senior. So what he's preaching today is not new from the family. The family has been, because the father was the Kadif, or what they call the Kadi, or what they call the Mufti, of northern Nigeria, and later the Mufti of Abuja and Kaduna. So this extremist views, mindset, beliefs is in him. He heard it from the father, and he's spreading it out. He's not hiding about it, but coming to tell you they're against me. Somebody called me from Abuja and told me they want to eliminate you. You are in the list of Boko Haram. That's a bullshit. He's trying to make himself very, very important. He's not important at all. But the worst part of it is that his son is also in the military, which is which is a national security threat. The son is a very senior army officer. He's a very big threat to Nigerian military or apparatus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi Okpara. And I just want to say this. Some people don't think, look, don't jump into this phrase. Maybe you need to go back years to look at what is going and the trend. And sometimes when we speak, people come here and say we don't understand geopolitics. I think one day we will put a day where we'll discuss geopolitics on this place. It will just be about geopolitics, so that we see that, you see, when you pander to your certain belief and all that, we see it. It's not as if we don't see it. We just allow you people to say that. This same guy, I have a video here, this same president that was just taken away now, of his police running over their citizens with armored vehicles, marching over people, okay, because people are protesting against the election. So I don't know what we're talking about here. The people of Venezuela, I still have a video, I can play it for those people who are still in doubt, are dancing in the streets, celebrating, singing, taking down his posters. And we're here shouting, is the guy a Democrat? Is he a Democrat? He's not a Democrat. But however, we discussed that. Let me give our brother here the opportunity to air his view. That's Bro Ike. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
You have looked at all our topic. You can choose. Although I know that a lot of people want to talk about Obi, the obstacles Obi is facing. But let's just deal with this foreign part, and then we'll get to Obi's side.
I don't want to talk about obstacle because we are not facing any obstacle. There is no life without obstacle. So obstacle. Okay, are you not facing obstacle in your own life?
That's what we want to hear. I'm not. Obstacle is part of life.
Oh, so there's
and there's nothing wrong for us to discuss it.
I'm not saying you are not going to discuss about that. I'm just trying to make a comment that everybody has one thing standing against you, you know, even though somebody you think is your friend is also standing against you, even though somebody you take as your friend, it can be your stumbling block. So it's part of life, like as you said. For me,
just 1 minute, Ike.
Okay.
This Fossa guy, apart from looking at me from this media, he don't even know me, and I find it very, very, very. Let me use this word. I'm sorry for you, because if you can come here and call people idiots, I don't know who you are. I don't know what kind of person you are and what family you're raised from, but I think he's very. Look, hey, you mind yourself.
Calm down, KG. This is the KG. This is 2026. Calm down. Yes, go ahead.
Can I continue?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. For Maduro in Venezuela, I think I live closer to Venezuela more than any of you who is discussing about Maduro in Venezuela. As I'm talking to you right now, my wife, her family, 6 of her family went to vacation in Venezuela, and they are stuck right now in Venezuela. So anybody who is discussing about Venezuela should be able to understand the country we are talking about. I said it here yesterday. This is a country where when you go to Venezuela, they see you, they know you're not from Venezuela. Women and men, they are running after you, telling you, just take us out of this place. If we want us to be your slave, where you're coming from, we are ready to serve you and do whatever you want us to do for you, provided we can be able to have a legitimate to stay wherever you are coming from. So I think that for me personally, I think it has overdue for Maduro to pay the price of what he has doing. For me, America is trying to talk about charging him for drugs. For me personally, what I would have loved is that every morning they cut off one of his finger, serve him as a breakfast for him, fry it on the frying pan and give it to him with the bread, and every day they cut one foot from his food, because we are talking about this guy not knowing what this man has done in Venezuela. The family that he has destroyed, that will never have a generation anymore. People are saying they're playing in international politics. Where is morality? They are talking about morality. We have a United Nations where only 4 countries or 5 countries has veto power, and you're a member of an organization where you don't have power to do anything, and you think it has nothing to do with morality, right? America, Russia, China, and which other country? They are the people who have veto power in the United Nations. And all the countries of the world are members of the United Nations. And you don't have the veto power to do anything. You can say whatever you want, and America will veto it. And that's the end of the story. And you're talking about morality. You're talking about international politics. There are so many things. It's not about what you think or what I feel or the way I like it. That's not the way politics, that's not how international politics being played, right? So the war between Ukraine and Russia, why are they fighting? Where is the morality? It's international politics. And if people are fighting such a situation, there are prices to pay, there are consequences that comes with it. So the people of Venezuela is a liberation for them, because it's long overdue, like as I said. Since 10 years ago, do you know the population of this country that has left Venezuela? 8 million. 8 million Venezuela has left Venezuela for 10 years. I'm living in a very small island, but if I tell you the population of the people of Venezuela that lived in this island, you would not believe it. Why? Are they supposed to be here? No. Because they are as rich as Nigeria, even richer than Nigeria. They have reserve. They have the highest oil reserve in the world. But they're living in these small islands. Some of them are, they don't have whatever they are doing. They are being, they are suffering. And somebody will be talking about the West or America is trying to destroy Venezuela. People who talk against the West, all of us live in the West. You eat their food, you drink their water, you take their electricity, you enjoy their food, they pay you, you work for them, they pay you, you live, you have security, you have everything you need. And every day when you come, you talk about the West. The West, they are coming to take your they are coming to steal your natural resources. They are coming to take your moon. They are coming to take your stars. They are coming to take everything you have. Those things you think you have. How many of us has enjoyed those things you think your country has? How many people are enjoying those things that your country have that America should not have? You understand what I'm saying? So for me personally, like it is my own personal opinion that America, I just want them, the one they did in Sokoto is just small. I just want them to continue, because our expectation that the thing will start in Medugri. But they saw what we did not see. They started in Sokoto. But I think that is a good sign. I want them to continue from Sokoto to Yobe to Medugri. All those areas, like Brother James was saying, every place that you have these terrorists in the whole borders. Why do we have porous border in the north? Because the people, our brothers and sisters from the north, see them there as their brothers and sisters, and therefore there is no control of the border. And these people has come to Nigeria to take over this country. Nigeria has no homegrown terrorists. Every terrorist you have in Nigeria are from outside, and it is because of the porous border that we have in the north. It's because of is my brother, is my sister. That's why there is no control in the border in the north, and that's why all of us are suffering. Somebody was talking about the killing in Niger State. I had that. I saw the picture. I had what happened in Niger today. That's what we are talking about. And somebody is saying that no, we should live in peace. We are not fighting. We are not fighting a country versus country civil war. But how many millions of Nigerians are living in IDP camp? Are you not ashamed of yourself to defend the indefensible? That in a country where we don't have a war with another country, your fellow citizens are living in ID camp for almost how many years right now? And it is good for us that those people should continue to remain in ID camp while you yourself are enjoying your own life.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bro Ike. And I'm stopping you. I want to address the guy on this comment section before I come to. I know that Stay Humble can address him, but let me address him first and foremost. The guy called Heritage. I've seen you call AY idiotic, and I want to give you an opportunity, since you know so much. I've already sent you the link. If you are yourself, not what you have been calling other people, I'm bigger than that. Check the link. Come in and tell us what you know. Don't insult people because you can sit on the pad and write all kinds of nonsense. Okay? I don't think it's very, it doesn't tell well of you and the family you come from. However, you've been attacking Igbos, attacking IPO, attacking Igbos. I don't think you even have data. If you have data, you find out that the Southeast is one of the richest areas in Nigeria. I don't think you know what you're talking about. So go and look at the statistics produced by your national statistics, not the one the world even produced. And by the way, no Igbo person born of Igbo land, especially me, who will tell you that I'm not IPOB. I am IPOB. I bear the badge honorably. Okay? My uncles fought the war. They died in it. I can't deny that. So, I don't know what you think, but I'm telling you proudly, I am IPOB. I have no whatsoever anywhere. Okay? And you see, let me tell you something. Those of you who are, when they talk, you begin to talk about war. You don't even have any experience of war. At least the East have tested it. We know what it is to go through. Do you know what it is to go through? You don't know. So please, put your ignorance to yourself. All right. Go ahead. Stay humble. Come here, be calling people idiots. Look. Say they are now. Don't give you one dirty slap. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well done, everyone. Good evening. Happy Sunday. I can see that we are discussing a number of topics anyway, but I think we focused more on Venezuela, which we really trashed yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, but my opinion and stand about all these things, some of these things are well documented already. And yeah, it's a shame, really, that Maduro had to be taken the way he was. I think he was given ample opportunity um, to reconcile with the United States, which he fluffed. And so they had to take him the way. I think this afternoon I saw some videos about the repression and suppression of opinions in Venezuela during his time. I saw, trucks running over protesters. These are things that his sympathizers will not talk about. It's easy for people to wear suit, wear tie and glasses to come here to try to convince us that Maduro is a saint. But we won't be fooled anyway. So the lives of those people who were killed in Venezuela, they are not, Maduro's life is not worth more than theirs. So these are things that we should put into account when we're analyzing some of these things. We should still recognize the sacrosanctity of human life. It's very important. And the same thing can be said about what's happening in Nigeria. You have a state like Benue where 600,000 people are in IDP camps. I had the opportunity to visit an IDP camp for an outreach during my service days, and I saw firsthand what an IDP camp looks like. It's not the best place to be. If it was a place that you would be, praying for your whole for your for your hours that day to elapse, so that you just live there. It's not the most pleasant place on earth to be, and nobody should be there. And then you have a country where technically there is no war, and you have millions of people in those camps, and people are comfortable to sit here because they've learned some English, to try to befuddle everyone, to say that it's okay because you hate Mr. Trump. Let those killings continue. And every time, you and the churches where you belong to, they organize fasting and prayer for security in Nigeria, and you join them. You fast, you pray. So how will the problem be solved? Would bombs rain from heaven to destroy the terrorists? So those are the things. And what happened yesterday is a clear warning to people, to those terrorists in Nigeria and their sympathizers, that these guys are not joking. These guys are really serious about fighting terrorism, and I believe that they'll fight it to the letter. I don't like to talk about Sheik Gumi for some reasons that will diverge now. The reason why I don't like to talk about him is that the strategy that these people use, some of these people that have been sitting on the destiny of the Nigerians for decades now, what they use are the major actors. They are never seen, they are never heard. So they have their puppets, the Gumis of this world. Those are their puppets, their spokespersons. So they are happy to present those people. And those people are happy to take the bullets, provided they get handsome pay. So they are happy to take the bullets, and you just focus on them and say, oh, this is also the Gumis of this world, the Reno mockeries of this world, the Onanugas of this world. They are happy to take the bullet. The Joe Ibokwes, etc. So you just keep on attacking them, and they're always there, tweeting, granting interviews, whereas the main actors are somewhere. So, I don't think that talking about him is even doing justice to the problems, facing us. So I would just ignore him. Regarding Peter Obi, I don't know whether it's part of our conversation today.
Oh yeah, we're getting there, but not now. Let's
Okay, not now. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Right.
So my belief is that that these guys are seriously strategizing, the Americans, and this year is a huge movie. They just
okay,
and
all right.
Watch the movie to the letter. Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you, and I agree with. Why I'm coming, I'll get to you. I agree with what you said, and also, part of what AY said earlier. Yeah, you see, we know that the right now the world we are going towards the what they call now the new world order, whether we like it or not. There's aligning and realigning of states and nations. It's only the wise that can take advantage of what's going on now. But when you don't have leaders that think beyond their pockets, they will sit and then we will now become the slaves that people will now drag into it. But if you have leaders, I saw it Bayo Onanuga putting a picture of Tinubu having breakfast with Paul Kagame of I mean that's what people are having, lunch and breakfast with people who can turn around their nations and put them in alliance with what's going on. You are having so how does it even make sense? Okay, but all the same, before we go, AY, you have 1 minute.
Yeah. Okay, what I wanted to comment on is the issue of the power sector, the electricity in Nigeria.
Okay. Can you just hold on?
Because Mr. Tony actually make comment around this.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't want to forget it. So
go ahead.
The honest truth with the electricity issue in Nigeria, if any presidential candidate tells you in 4 years we're going to have 24 hours uninterrupted supply, is just ignorant. He does not know what he's talking about. If any professor of electrical engineer or whatsoever, he's telling you in 4 years he can give Nigeria 24 hours uninterrupted power supply, is just foolish. He doesn't know what he's talking about. There is no way. What anybody can say, you can have significant improvement in 4 years. I don't think we can even achieve 50%, because the thing is, here is the problem. We don't even have the infrastructure. If I'm ordering a transformer today, a high power transformer, it takes minimum between 1 and 2 years to even receive a transformer if you place another as we speak right now. So it shows lack of planning. When I hear President Tinubu, when he was saying that, he's going to give Nigeria it's impossible. Forget, these are not discussion. To me, like, if you understand how this process works, it's not a discussion. If he can even promise a significant improvement, that will be good. That's what Nigeria want to see. We want to see a good master plan. We want to see constant improvement. Not telling us you're going to give us light in 4 years is bullshit. Thank you.
Okay. I want to also take you on that. When Abacha was in government, in the days of Ibrahim Babangida and then Abacha, Abuja had 24 hours light. And that light was not coming from national grid. I don't know those of you who lived in Abuja during the 90s. Okay? You find that when you get to a place called Beggar Junction, there were 20 or 40 generators lined up in one location. Some part of that generator works in the daytime, the other parts work at nighttime, and it's auto switch. No bulb. I repeat, AY, listen to me. No bulb. You can't drive from.
Okay, what KJ is saying, yeah, if you are able to say you want to give Abuja light, a city, is different from giving a country a full Nigeria light. So we don't even have the infrastructure already. To be honest, the little megawatt.
You are wrong.
We produce, hold on, we currently
AY, you are
produce,
wrong.
You are very wrong.
Hold on.
You are wrong.
We currently produce around 5,000 megawatts of electricity. We can't even distribute the 5,000 megawatt. You are talking of you want to give Nigeria light. See, we are not serious people.
What's the framework for distributing?
AY, we have various types of power generation plants scattered all over the country.
Right.
Okay, not just hydro. Okay. So we have gas, we have so many other forms of generating capacity. Now, if you look at it's not so much. If you look at even the consumption pattern, you'll find out that there are a lot of wastages, in the system. Which, if we have a way of dealing with those wastages, capacity will be improved. I mean, even the ones that are being generated, if there's a policy, if there's an electricity policy where these things are properly managed, I'm sure that you will see improvement. We may not have light all through, power all through, but you will see that even within what we are generating, there will be some marked improvement. In some areas today, there are places in Nigeria where you have almost like maybe 20 to 22%, 20 hours power, a day. So,
Mr. Tony, I kind of agree with a lot of stuff you say, right? But here is the reality. The biggest problem in when you're talking about electricity is actually the distribution. Even country you see that have 24 hours electricity, like America, Canada, the country you see, any country that have 24 hours electricity today, it is a continuous process to improve on your infrastructure. America have 5 years plan. Every 5 years they do. It's a constant work doing, expanding, changing equipment. This is constant. So
you're correct. Those are some of the issues. We have not invested long term. We didn't plan. We didn't have a systematic plan to upgrade.
Sorry, Dexter, I will come now. That's what I wanted to tell Mr. KJ too, right? So the thing is, during Abacha, we are declining. That is the problem we are having as a country. We are not moving forward. In that, I can tell you, our power equipment in 1990 are actually better than what we have today. The population is increasing. Nobody is talking about the population. So it's a lot of things. We are not kind of serious. We don't have a plan to keep improving on our power sector. That is
okay. Let's
sorry, KJ, I came here because of AY. Please. Let me just.
All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
So AY, please. Can you give us a framework? Are you telling me that there is no framework? Example, let's just say the Southwest in Nigeria, that there's no framework you can develop that you will power the whole Southwest of Nigeria within 2 years.
It's impossible.
Why?
How can you say that?
It's not only impossible. This year just.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
It's impossible.
Tell me why.
Okay, let me break it down for you. Because I was talking about the transformer. I said if you order a high power transformer today, you are not even getting it in 1 year. Forget about it. The lead time of a transformer, just ordinary transformer is just one part of electrical equipment. So it takes time.
Sorry.
We can build those things here. We can build those things here. In fact, there are companies that are already doing it.
We cannot.
We cannot. But in the supply chain, of power generation, what takes the longest in the procurement system?
What takes the longest?
which component is most critical and which component takes the longest time?
A lot of things, anything can take the longest. No. Don't gaslight me. Anything can take the longest.
Wait. I came here because of you. You said you are experts here. AY, just answer me. In the supply chain,
there is nothing that take the longest. Part of this. Hold on.
Debunk you. Stop. AY, stop. It's the cable.
It's not the cable.
AY, it's the cable.
It's not the cable. No, that's not correct.
AY, stop talking. Look, AY, let me tell you something. I've done projects that powered Philippines. It is the cable. The production of the power cable is the longest. If you plot your project schedule, everything around power generation, power distribution is around the power distribution cable. It's the production of that cable that takes the longest.
I completely disagree with you 100%.
Okay, if you allow him to make his point, then you
transformer is even take longer time.
No, AY, allow
transformer take 4 years. Dexter, what do you mean cable?
Okay, sorry, AY. Sorry, AY. Which power companies have you worked with?
Bro, I'm not here to tell you.
No, the point is this: you are coming here.
Go do your research. Go do.
I don't need to. AY. I don't need
to. Okay, AY.
Why not move to another topic? This gentleman guy.
Transformer. Later we discuss it. Transformer. You see, transformer will take you 4 years. You are even talking of cable. What is cable?
Okay. But AY, do you know that they make transformer now in Nigeria? We manufacture transformers.
Which company? Which company?
I don't know their name, but they manufacture.
No, there is nobody making transformer in Nigeria.
Okay. Now, so transformer alone, one transformer alone will take 4 years to be made.
Yeah. Some of the high power transformer. Yeah.
Wow. Killing Nigeria.
Okay. I don't know anything about that. I'm going to research that. I know I have a friend who work in Areba. I never said that. I'm not an expert. I have a friend who used to work in England and in Areba. They call it Areba, or whatever. But I don't. He even gave proposal to the federal government for which they wanted him to. The minister then wanted 80%. Why the guy will hold 40%, 20%, and the guy walked away with his proposal. That's why that project never went. So it's not as if there are people who cannot provide, who have the know-how, but the bargain power and what comes to the individuals, most times they want to cheat the people out of it because the people don't have any connection. So the Nigerian issue, it's not about. Hold on, what I'm trying to say is it's not about technology. It's not about technology. It's about the people even accepting that they want that to be done. And I'll leave it at that. Electricity is there because electricity, being electricity, you must know something about electricity. So
no, just to clarify what the argument between Dexter and AY, according to what I'm reading, in the electricity supply chain, the components with the longest procurement lead times are specialized grid infrastructures elements, particularly large power transformers, high voltage cables, and electrical switch gears. Those are the three components that takes longer in the chain supply. Thank you.
But let me tell you why the cable case is less. Because most of the time you have availability of cable. When you are talking of transformer, is very specific.
Sorry,
so
AY. So I gave you a framework. I told you if you wanted to power the whole of the southwest of Nigeria, they are not going to buy that cable. They are going to order it. They're going to place
order. Sorry, my I don't know what's happening to my camera. Sorry.
So anyway, what I'm asking is this.
Okay.
If you're starting a project and you want to power the whole of the southwest, it's a green project. You are going to order your transformer. You're going to order your cable at the same time.
Right. Correct.
So it's not the way you're looking at it as if cable is off the shelf. Cable is not off the shelf.
It's not off the shelf, but I will tell you this, right? Transformer are very specialized. Whatever you want to build,
the capacity, everything have to be specific. That is the difference.
AY,
AY, this
let me give you names of companies that manufacture transformers in Nigeria.
Okay.
The Cinco Electrical. I just went to AI to ask.
Okay.
And it says here are some companies that manufacture transformers in Nigeria. One, Cinco Electrical, a leading electrical equipment supply company in Lagos. Nigeria manufacturing power transformers, feeder pillars, and other electrical equipment. Cries Group, a leading indigenous supplier of distribution transformers, offering power transformers to that MBA. Turupati Transformers, a leading manufacturer of distribution transformers in Nigeria. Schneider Electrical. I'm sure you will know that.
Yes.
You have Nova Transformer Services and so on and so forth. So to say, I don't know what kind of transformers you are saying that we can manufacture.
Let me most of those guys bring components from outside. Actually,
let me add this. Don't forget, we are just discussing the component of for you to build a substation. It takes time. See, it takes time. So when Desta is talking about Southeast, for example, do you know how many substations do you have in the whole of Southeast that are working at maximum capacity? So you need new substations. It takes years to build a substation. That's why investment in power is continuous. It's just like road investment. Thank you.
All right, let's move on. Thank you. And Alex Oti is not yet in many years in the office, but the ones he built are working now. Anyway, Righteous Man, I saw your hand up. Your time. Welcome back. Happy New Year. I hope all is well with your side. These days, the color of your light is always pink. I hope all is well, because it's like you don't use white light again. Okay, no problem. Don't worry yourself. Okay. No wahala.
Yeah, good evening from Owerri, the capital city of Imo State. You know, those who have been KJ, good evening. Professor James, Dexter, Electricity, AY, and the rest people. I greet you all and wish you a wonderful, happy New Year. Today is the first Sunday of the year, and we have to go to church and worship and praise God. Irrespective of the calamity that took place yesterday in Niger State, where 50 people were slaughtered, and those children that were released from captivity were re-abducted again yesterday. So those children from the Catholic Church school, they were readopted yesterday in Niger State, and 50 people lost their lives. So it's a terrible situation. It's a thing that really we're not happy, and families are mourning at this time when they're supposed to be rejoicing and hoping for a better New Year. So that's the story in Nigeria. I decided to be in the Southeast now for getting to a month, because sometimes people think that without Lagos, an Igbo man will not exist. And I'm not ashamed of saying it. I'm a typical pure Igbo man by blood and by every means. And I've left Lagos to be in my state. I keep repeating it. The propaganda that have been overblown, that there is insecurity in the Southeast. Don't go out. Don't do this. They will murder you. They will do this. They will do this. All those things were overblown. Almost by a few days now, it'll be 1 month in Imo, in the Southeast. And not that I'm stationed one place. I've been moving around, crisscrossing towns and villages, states, and the capitals. There is nothing like that. There may be minor things that happen, but I think the social space, the social media space, they have blown it out of content. It now looks as if the Southeast is not secured to invest. Please, Southeast is 100% secured. Nobody is terminating anybody. Anything that happens is political. It's purely political. I am 1 month here now, so I can tell you that there is no problem here. And then the cost of living in Owerri is high, pretty high, but you can enjoy organic food. The environment is cleaner. You have a cleaner environment in Owerri, the Imo State capital. And when you go down to the rural villages, you have fresh palm wine, you have good oranges that are not covered like the one we have in Lagos. You have fresh fruits. You know, I've been enjoying myself with a lot of fruits, palm wine, good fufu, not the chemicalized fufu that we are eating in Lagos. This one is natural fufu that is organic. When they pound it and give it to you, you know that you have eaten well. So I'm really having a good time here. I came to discover that there are two types of light supply in Owerri, the Imo State capital. They have the federal light and they have the state light. The federal light lasts for about 4 hours from 12 noon to 4 o'clock. Then the givers of the light will seize it. And then they will restore it again around 11 or 12 midnight. And then it will last for about 4 hours. They will seize it again. That is for the federal light. Then the state light, which is owned by the Imo State government, it comes pretty earlier in the morning from 8 o'clock. It lasts up to 2 in the evening. Then they will seize it and restore it back around. No. It comes around 8 o'clock in the morning and lasts up to 8 p.m. Like I used the Imo State, the state light to watch Chelsea versus Man City match this evening. You know, around 30 minutes after 8, it was seized. And they're going to restore it back now, maybe probably around 12 or 1 a.m. So that is the light condition in Owerri, the Imo State capital. But it is not the same in the rural villages where I have visited within the Imo State environment. But I can assure you that Aba, the commercial city of Abia State, is having 24 hours regular light. Umuahia, the state capital, is partially having an average of 14 to 15 hours supply of light. I don't know whether it is categorized like Imo State owned, federal and capital and the state. I don't know. In Lagos, the light supply in Lagos is placed on bands: band A, band B, band C, band D, band E. But it is not the same in Imo State here. So there are different things. So my good friend and brother, AY, there are companies that manufactures cable and transformers in Nigeria. I am into building industry, so I patronize some of them, like Schneider. Schneider is a company owned by German and Holland. It's a combined multinational company. They manufactures transformer and cable. We have Nigerian cable and wire. We have the Nigerite wire. We have a lot. They manufactured. If you go to Alaba International, you have most of the big guys in Alaba International, Igbo business guys. They deal on cables and transformers. So it is not as if the period of manufacturing of it is the problem why we are not having electricity. The problem is bad governance, lack of vision, if like Uti have laid a foundation for the development of Abia State, there is no state in Nigeria today that can compare with infrastructural development more to be compared with Abia State. No one. You know what people fail to understand is that Lagos served as a federal capital of Nigeria for decades. So there was a concentration of Nigeria infrastructure in Lagos State. If you say Lagos State from the year that it was the capital was removed from Lagos State to Abuja, there is no much additional infrastructure that have been built in Lagos State. So you don't use Lagos State to compare other states because it was formerly a federal capital. The bridges, the flyovers, the corporate headquarters of oil companies and banking and the rest of it, the seaport, the international airport. These were not the money from the state. These infrastructures were built with the federal money because it was the capital, just like what is happening in Abuja. So when you see some people that are not well grounded in how states are run and developed, they will tell you, why are you still staying in Lagos? Go back to your state. Hey, can you give me a break? Lagos was built with our money, federal money, and our tax that we pay. So it's not a state affair. It's not a Yoruba affair or some tribal affairs. No, the generality of Nigerians built Lagos. And that is why I have the right to live in Lagos and exercise that right of being in Nigeria, that nobody should coerce me or tell me, go back to your state. I just want to make it categorically clear in this new year that Lagos, everybody should understand what Lagos stands for. Again, before I round up, Abia State became the first state in the Southeast to have a budget running over 1 trillion. Abia State, 1 trillion. And tell me, Ojus Okano governed the state, Abia, for 8 years. They never rose to that level.
Thank you
and
so much.
Subsequent governors.
Thank
But
you so much.
Alex Oti has come within a period of 2 years going to 3 years. Abia State have a budget of 1.something trillion.
Thank you so much.
I mean, that is wonderful. Nigeria can work if we have good people in leadership.
And thank you.
And if Obi comes in 2027 with Kwankwaso or Tambowa, I am telling you, within 4 years of his tenure, we will have infrastructures that will give birth to a steady power supply in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, or the heart of my bottom, because as a proud Abians, God's own state, the only place where angels live, we are happy to be the trailblazers all the time. We set the new frontier. We know the joke, we know the joke. And okay, so to even add a little bit to what Righteous Man have said, we are also the first state to be now able to give our elderly people from 60 years and above step-ins at the end of every month and take care of their free medical treatment, until the Lord calls them home. So if you are here and you're a member of Abia State, you're from Abia State.
It was done in Anambra anyway.
I know, Anambra no, so Anambra is so quiet. If you are from Abia State, I have already told Tony that I can give him, citizenship from my community because I'm a prince. So I have that right to give you that. You are able to register and live comfortably in Abia State thanks to Alex Oti, who is again, and I'm planning to do a show only for just Abia, the development of Abia and what Alex Oti is doing in Abia, which is very novel. I think everybody should do it. The only reason why I'm talking about it is so that other people can see. You don't have to give your governor a salary for the next until he dies because the governor I only serve for 4 years and he's not even doing anything. Some of these governors, when you see their package, you just ask yourself, are the people in those states crazy? You give them car every, brand new 4 cars every year.
I mean, every 2 years. You give them medical treatment. You build house for them in Abuja, in Lagos, and any other part of the country where they feel like you should. Come on, man. That you went to war, only you fight the Cries war. Anyway, let's not go there. Mr. Electricity, I don't know if you want to come in, but I want to move all the way to the discussion.
Yeah,
Mr.
thank
Obi.
you very much. I think the next one is we're going to Peter Obi. But before we go to Peter Obi, I don't want us to overflog this issue of electricity. But anyway, I'm really confused, to be honest with you. I'm really confused why you think it's impossible or all these things. If you take into account the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road and the money that was earmarked
that was
the
spent.
Lagos Coastal Calabar Road, if you also take into consideration the amount of money that they said they want to use to install solar system in Aso Rock, if you take into consideration such amount of money, I don't see your point of arguments. To be honest, and I'm sorry to say that it appears baseless, and that's why people are challenging you in that regard. Solar system so the solar panel is all over Nigeria, and I hope it's one avenue we will exploit. The government will support, and we really push for it. There are panels that are even going to be able to power industries. Solar panels that can power industries. And let me buttress what Righteous Man said in terms of this over propaganda of insecurity. It is actually, blown out of proportion in Nigeria, and that is why I keep saying I stand up as a regular person who goes to Nigeria. I walk on the streets of Nigeria. I take the normal cab or normal taxi or whatever it is when I go to Nigeria. I don't fear being kidnapped, and I say, if they kidnap you, nobody should bother. I'll tell them to employ me. So nobody should bother to say they want to pay any ransom on me. So, KJ, are we going to Peter Obi or what?
No, let me comment on it first.
No, AY, no, we're not gonna do this back and forth. No, AY.
If you give him time to comment, you'll give me time to talk about it.
AY, we're not gonna do this back and forth. No, we're not gonna do that. Okay. This is 2026. I have lived forward to 2027. I'm not in 2026. I don't live in 2026. I live in 2027. So, in the matter of Peter Obi, he has moved from Labour to ADC. He left PDP to Labour. He doesn't want to be a vice president to Atiku, as claimed. I stand to be corrected. I came up with a theory as Peter denied Jesus Christ, as Peter Obi also denied the obedience from. How does this is their deflecting to ADC affect his credibility? We're talking about credibility now. Affect his credibility. A man who could not serve under or could not work together with Atiku left for Labour Party. Labour Party was in crisis, and now is in ADC to be vice president. Again, I stand to be corrected to Atiku. How does this affect or reflect on his person? Is there any chance that ADC can clinch that presidential position come 2027? KJ, I'm going to start with you as the I'm going to start with you. I'm going to go in the order that is on my screen. Please, I beg your indulgence because I'm not seeing. So KJ, Mr. James, Tony, Mazi Okpara, AY, Righteous Man, stay humble, and Uncle Ike, Happy New Year. We've not exchanged pleasantries, and Happy New Year to you. And it's a pleasure to see your face again. So KJ, I start with you first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, I followed the development. In fact, I first heard it from Mr. Nonoju that Mr. Obi was going to go to ADC. I like his strategy. Because you see, he whose life is surrounded by enemies, you don't sleep with your two eyes closed. You always keep one eye open and use one eye to sleep. The intention of the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government is to make sure that Obi doesn't have a platform to contest. Now, that can be made very, very well if they had known that ADC will be this powerful, or we have this number of people, and Obi is the one who is being watched, not the articles, not the Amechis. Not talk less of people like the madman in Abuja. So this Obi is the one that everybody's eyes on, and I don't think, if you ask me in all honesty, he didn't have much choice. If he's going to run and make an impact, he didn't have much choice but to go to join force with the ADC people. Now, having gone there, the question now be, will they have something that looks like democracy, or is it going to be winner take, or somebody who has the deepest pocket to buy his way through? That is there. It's my fear that he may not have a free or a level playing ground to contest in the election. But Otomi has been the fan who first fired the first shot. He said once he decides to be vice president, he will check out. Obi himself has said he will not be vice to anybody. The people in ADC, remember the first time ADC was floated, people said that ADC was Atiku's way, and at the end of the day, it's going to be a northern party to lure away Obi or to cause more destabilization in the politics of Nigeria. I don't see how that is, because I think Atiku himself is also struggling to be. So what now becomes a problem for Obi is how does he maneuver Rotimi Amechi? How does he maneuver Atiku, who have said that he's not going to give space for anybody? But you see, much as I've studied politics around the world, the Nigerian politics is so difficult to predict what is going to happen. Because the person who is telling you that this person is his enemy, tomorrow you see two of them in the same party. So I cannot say. I know Obi is a well-principled man. I cannot say what is going to be tomorrow. In politics, we learned long time ago that you don't have permanent enemies. All you have is permanent interests. So I cannot say who is going to step down for the other person. But I will be totally disappointed if Obi accepts to be vice presidential candidate to anybody. Because with that, he cannot make any impact at all. And if the government is vice president to under don't make an impact, the name will rub off on you, not on the person who is leading. So I will say to him that if he doesn't get a ticket, the best thing is to withdraw and just relax. In fact, if when we have our Biafra, we'll make him president, so he shouldn't even worry because we'll soon get it. But considering the way things are going now, so now the question is, sorry for me tipping in that. The question is, look, do we want a Nigeria that works, that can take us to where we are going? The question is yes. If yes, can we put our best foot forward? It does not matter whether, and the best foot forward so far, every Nigerian can say, without, we Igbos are not, if you ask, Peter Obi is not even our best choice, because Peter Obi will come and be fair. He will not be like Bola Tinubu, who will give all his people the whole thing. He will say, no, let us be fair. Make sure that everybody gets what they should get. We are looking for somebody who will come and be like Bola Tinubu and Muhammad Buhari, give all the positions to these people and don't care. Okay? But we can't get it. Any Igbo man, look at Jonathan, he couldn't even do it. He didn't even do road to his community. So he couldn't, in fact, the last time there was flood in his state, the flood entered his house. That means he was not even able to guard his own house properly. That's why if you see me, I'm not interested in Igbo presidency. I'm more concerned about the politics being made, the laws set to favor everybody. So at every region, irrespective of who they are, give us seaport, give us airport. If you see us for Lagos, cut our leg. That's what we are saying. Okay? And that's where I stand. But for Peter Obi, he's a good man. You know, he's a very good man. Oh. If people want to keep this country, make una vote am. Me, I tell them my own truth. Okay? And that is the truth. Oh. The man didn't do anything for it. He didn't chop money in Anambra State. Oh. He didn't collect the so-called governor retirement fees that still pays on people. He didn't collect motor. He didn't collect any house anywhere in around Nigeria. Nothing. The way he entered is the way he left. If we can get such people in 10 different states in Nigeria, Okwagu will have developed by that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. James, should Peter Obi not verified according to KJ? It's not sure whether it's going to be the president or vice president. Should he not verify this or clear this air before deflecting or making that decision to deflect to ADC rather than being there? Or is that the understanding that we don't know behind closed doors that it will be the presidential candidate, hence is deflecting to ADC? And again, how does this reflect on his integrity, given to the fact that he left PDP to Labour because he could not doesn't want to be a vice president position, not just because of Atiku, he doesn't want to take that vice president position. The floor is yours, Mr. James. Thank you.
You see, to start with, fundamentally, I have no iota of confidence in the whole of them. To start with, in Nigeria, whenever we run into problems, we go back to the people who created the problems to look for solutions. It doesn't work like that. Now look at ADC. The chairman, if I'm mistaken, someone should correct me, is David Mack. Am I right? Good. When I was a little boy, during, was it Murtala Mohammed or one of these military leaders, he was the minister for communications. They brought this digital phone, you know, this table phone, what they turn around. People could not afford it. They cried out, please, Your Excellency, we can't afford this thing. The price is too much. And what was his comment? Telephone is not meant for poor people. That was his comment. Now, today, we no longer use that kind of phone. In the Gambia where I live here, primary school children in the urban areas, they go to school with mobile phones, sophisticated mobile phones. That man who said that telephone is not meant for poor people is now coming to say that he wants to come and rule you. What do you expect him to do? So this is how I look at it. So as for Peter Obi, he might be a good man or a bad man. I really don't know much of him. The issue is this. He was in PDP, was a vice presidential candidate to Atiku. From there, I think he went to ABGA. From ABGA, he went to Labour. Labour, he went to ADC now. Now, the people he has been fraternizing with, they are not straightforward people, a good number of them. Assuming he won the last 2023 election on that Labour Party, he would not have been able to rescue the country from backwardness, because look at all the people who were surrounding, clapping, dancing around with him. They all turned their back against him. Some of them even went to APC. So how sincere were they? If he had won, he would have run into formidable problems. The type Balarabe Musa encountered in Kano State while it was being governed by the PROP during Shagari's administration. Balarabe could not control the House because it was NPN while he was PROP. Eventually, they impeached him. He could not even pass his budget. That is the kind of problem he would have run into. And lastly, look at the country. All the political parties from A to Z, none has presented a manifesto. That this is my manifesto, this is what I want to do for the people. During the Second Republic, I think I was in high school, a man with a well-organized party structure and party principles was Obafemi Awolowo. He told the people, I cannot do everything for you, But there are 4 things I will concentrate on: free education, free medical services, integrated rural development, and then the 4th one I can't remember. He said, these are the 4 things I will do for you, but that does not mean I will neglect the others. As for free education and free medical services, he was able to live up to expectation, particularly education. In the case of education, he came up with a manifesto. When he came to Benue State to campaign, they sat him down and asked him questions. He was able to tell us the number of erasers, pencils, rulers, sharpener, exercise books, number of teachers, packets of chalk. They work out the whole modalities, and he was able to give an estimate of the number of children in Benue State is going to cater for. And they asked him, where will you get the teachers? He said, I will give you 4 colleges of education. Then he gave us the breakdown. We voted for him. He implemented everything. And even there's in Nigerian PG what they call JARA, that is something like trade discount. He gave us a trade discount. That is Benue State University, Ekpomak, which he did not promise. That is a man with a manifesto. How many parties today have got manifestos? You can't come and tell me that I will give you food. Agriculture will be my priority. You must tell me, in Eastern Nigeria or Western Nigeria, what quantity of gari do they produce, if gari is their staple food? What about the farmland, the fertility of the soil? You must break down everything into fine details. This no party has done in Nigeria. They just come and talk big grammar, and at the end of the day, they disappoint you and me. So this is the issue. We need a new political dispensation. This present crop of leaders, most of them are my age mates. We've disappointed the country catastrophically. We have outlived our usefulness wherever useful. We should give chance to new sets of people who have never tasted administration in the country. This is how I see it. So take it or leave it. We live long. If Obi should win the presidential election and become president of the republic, he will take the country nowhere because he has no plan. He has no manifesto, just like any other party. Same man like Atiku. While he was working with Obasanjo as vice president, the kind of things Obasanjo mentioned about this guy, if he were to be a man of conscience, he would have gone to commit suicide. And this is the same man aspiring to become president of the country, and you and me, we are clapping for him. So what kind of people are we? Anyway, thank you so much for the time. I have to go.
Thank you, Mr. James. Your knowledge of history has always been admirable to me, and thank you. Mr. Tony, Mr. James made a very profound statement.
I'm sorry. I have to go home. Thank you so much.
All right.
Please,
Mr. James, have a lovely
man. I'm not yet a professor.
Why do you want to run away when we have not challenged what you've said? We need to challenge some of the claims you made.
Okay, fine.
If you want to stay, you can stay. But yeah, there are some claims you made I want to challenge.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Mazi, stay humble. Is it a question? Like the rule is, if you have a question, I'll give you 1 minute. But if you have a challenge or a rebuttal, you have to do it at your own time. If it's a question, I will allow you to ask a question.
I have a question.
Okay. All right. Stay humble. Is it a question or a rebuttal? Stay humble.
Sorry?
Is it a question you have for Mr. James or a rebuttal?
I want to just challenge some of the things he said.
Okay, you do that at your own time. Okay. The Black Student, say you have a question for Mr. James, please. Go ahead.
Yes.
Question, please.
James,
30 seconds.
Yes,
I greet you first of all, yeah. So I want to ask you a question. So you always refer to history, right? Was the time of JFK, is it at the same time? Is it the same as what happened today? When we are talking, we only make reference to the 80s, right? We know that the world have changed and the world is continuously changing, right? Was the Nigerian economy and everything, is it the same thing as it is today? So we have to realize that the world changes, everything changes. So you cannot use what is happening today or what happened in the 80s, people were in the 80s, the economy and everything, to compare what is happening today. Like we are trying to bring the era of JFK into the era of 2026.
Okay, Mr.
So
James,
why
you
do
have
we always go back to history?
The way I see it
you have 1 minute to answer the question, please.
Yeah, the way I see it is this. The money we made during Yakubu Gowon's time, even, the dollar, the value of the currency has depreciated considerably. But if we use the standard of those days, the money we made from crude oil sales and other sources of revenue, compare it to what we are making now. We've discovered more minerals, gold in Elisha and what's called Zamfara. There are more sources of revenue at the moment. It is true that the population has increased, but what you should take into account is what policies do the people have for the, what policies do the ruling class have got for the people? In the case of, let me say Yakubu Gowon's time, for example, the money came unexpectedly. He used his own discretion and said, oh, well, the industries are overproducing, the people cannot afford they can't buy, the industry cannot sell the product, therefore I want to increase salary on my, it was not compared to do it, the Simeon Adebo Salary Review Commission, Jerome Udoji Salary Review Commission. He used his own discretion with economic experts who advised him on what to do and increase salary across board. Now you are making so much money. That morality he used in governing the people is seriously lacking right now. In those days, if a man steals £1 million, Christ Jesus, in a Edo language, I'm sorry, I can't translate it into English. They will say, Todiyi. I don't know what it means in English. So, it's unimaginable. £1 million. His children cannot finish it. And here are people who are ready to embezzle the national fund, the nation's fund. So the moral standard I don't know what to say, my friend.
Thank you, Mr. James.
The day of JFK in the United States, when he fought the Cuban crisis of 1962, he did it in the interest of the United States, not to enrich his pocket. If you remember the case of Oliver North, Iran gate scandal, Oliver North was sentenced to some years imprisonment or something like that over a scandal. The truth is that Ronald Reagan went to Congress to ask for money. Congress refused to give him the money because he wanted to use it in Nicaragua to fight the Contra rebels. Congress refused. So they went to sell arms to Iran, arch enemy of the United States. They used they channeled the money to back way to the Contras in Nicaragua, and it leaked. Oliver North was the one who transacted the business. The truth is that Ronald Reagan, Oliver North, and others, they did not enrich their pockets. They did it in the interest of the United States. The leaders of today, they don't have your interest in mind. They don't have my interest in mind. Unlike the leaders of Yakubu Gowon's time, unlike Awolowo's time, this is the point I'm making. If you work in the interest of the country, there's nothing wrong. Nobody will execute you. But a situation whereby you empty the treasury and tell people go to hell. Yakubu Gowon fought the Civil War. He did not borrow money from anybody. Let Nigeria, even the bombing that took place in the Republic of Benin, the bill they will give you is more than what Nigeria spent in fighting the Civil War. So what kind of people are we? So my friend, this is how I see it.
Thank you. Mr. Tony, Mr. James made a statement which is very profound, like I said. Going back to the people that create problems or create the situation. Again, I asked Peter Obi deflecting from Labour to ADC, wanting to work hand in hand with Atiku that they couldn't do when it was in PDP. Will he get the same support from his from the AKA obedient? And his integrity is Now, questionable, is it the case that it cannot garner enough people to establish its own or the People's Political Party of its own, rather than jumping from one political party to another party, and this recycle human beings that have plunged the nation into utter suffering? I mean, it's known as Mr. Verify, integrity, accountability, everything. Will this not stain his integrity or tarnish, diminish, whichever English word you want to use? The floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. James. Mr. Tony, thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to stick to facts. I watched his declaration on television, and I saw the caliber of people who came there. And ADC.
How are you?
Who is that? You have to mute that person.
Sorry, Blackstone, you have to mute. Okay, yes, muted. Thank you.
Now, before the declaration, ADC had nationally only one member in the Congress, that is in the House of Rep, Honorable Abejide from Kwara State, sorry, from Kogi State. ADC had one member, only one, all through the country, one representative in the Kogi House of Assembly. By the time Peter declared for ADC officially, he had not less than 6 senators at the last count who followed him to ADC. He had over a dozen members of House of Rep. He had over 2 dozens of members of State Assembly, and so on and so forth, not mentioning past governors and so on and so forth. And so if anybody comes to say that is something that ADC didn't even achieve with the declaration of Atiku, with the declaration of Amechi, with the declaration of El-Rufai. So because we have to speak to the things that we see and we know. Now, if you look at that and the kind of people who came declaring and supporting him in that town hall meeting or whatever, anybody who says that Obi is not popular in the Southeast is only being conservative with the truth. Now, as for the nation, and I can't say, but from the feelers that we get, just going to social media and so on and so forth, I don't think there's any evidence to substantiate the fact that Obi's influence has diminished, if at all. I don't think so, but the test is going to come in future, as we see. As for moving from one party to another, well, I'm not going to justify that by saying, most of our politicians are actually, you can't have, because we don't have people, the Constitution does not provide for independent candidacy. So people would naturally look for platforms where they can run or they can achieve their ambition to run. Our president has moved from SDP to AD, from AD to AC, from AC to ACN, from ACN to this APC. Atiku has moved front and back variously, and so on and so forth. You can count, because from time to time the political process was truncated, so people had to move. So has Peter Obi. But let me just say something here, because people, I hear someone said that you have people who have stayed for a long time in politics, still in politics. I want to use Lee Kuan Yew as an example. One of the most popular, if not the most popular, politician in Singapore. He remained actively involved in Singaporean politics for over 60 years. He only retired in 2011. He died in 2015. He was prime minister for 21 years, from 1959 to 1990. He was senior minister from 1990 to 2004. That's 14 years. He was minister mentor from 2004 to 2011. That's 7 years. You know, if anybody says that experience is not necessary, that you don't need mentorship, then you do. That's one thing that Awolowo did, mentoring people who succeeded him. And Awolowo was in Nigerian politics for a very long time, but serving also as, you know, with the civilian, with the military, you know, as the vice, this thing to go on. And then when we had the civilian dispensation, he came up again, a different party. So if people are discountenancing experience, valuable experience, I think that's a mistake. I'm not justifying people staying like our brother in Cameroon or Museveni or, you know, some of those people. But I'm saying that you just can't, with one wave of the hand, dismiss experience. You know, there's mentoring that is required, and that's what Liu Kuan Yew did. And he moved Singapore forward. Now, to summarize, you know, whether Peter Obi is going to run as VP or going to run as presidential candidate, I think that's a far-fetched thinking. Let us wait for ADC to do whatever they want to do. But the man has said that he'll be in the ballot, and I believe him because everything that he has said he will do, he has done. Now, I don't think that a man with his experience and his position will take a decision that he has taken to officially join ADC without thinking through it, without consultations, without having, you know, a strategic plan, you know, before he took that decision. You know, so I think when I hear some people speak, they seem to know more than Peter Obi himself, who is taking the risk, who knows, who wears the shoe, and has gone through all the experiences, knows what is happening to him, you know, knows where the shoe pinches, knows where he's going, and knows and can look behind to see the challenges that, you know, he has gone through. I think it's wishful thinking for anybody to just think that he's a small boy and that you can think for him or he doesn't know what he's doing. But I think the next few years or months will actually tell us what is going to happen.
Thank you.
You don't know what's happening in ADC. You don't know what arrangements. You don't know what compromises have been made. We don't know. We are not privy to all that. So we can only speculate. Let me stop there.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Tony, we can only speculate. Beside that, even though we don't know things that are happening behind closed doors, the people can weigh in on what is going on or can demand. But I didn't listen to Peter Obi's speech, but you stated, just to have it on record, that he claimed that his name is going to be on the ballot. Would that be correct so that the record can reflect that, please?
Yes, he said he's going to be on the ballot.
All right, thank you very much. Mazi Okpara, going by the claim Peter Obi made that his name is going to be on the ballot. So we can reach that conclusion because Vice President name are not on the ballot. If I'm correct, if I'm wrong, I stand to be corrected. Meaning he is a presidential candidate. Do you think he will be able to garner the same support he garnered when he was in Labour Party? The amount of people that support him, the obedient, and other people who are not even obedient, voted for him. Do you think he will be able to give into the caliber of people in ADC and their reputation? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. First and foremost, I want to debunk what James said about Yakub didn't borrow money during the Civil War. Yakub go and borrowed money, and after the war, Nigerian debt grew from $500 million to $1 billion. So Mr. James should please, whenever he tells all these things, he should just please, be very careful what he dishes out. If it was even General Gowon that after the war, he declared Udoji award, telling the whole world that there is too much money to spend. Whereby then in my village, we had no water, we had nothing. There was no schools, nothing. But Gowon declared Udoji award, right? So Gowon was one of nobody should mention Gowon here. I'm telling you, because he has his own, deficiencies. Coming to Obi, my brother, I said this in yesterday, and I have to repeat myself. Electricity. I think you live in America, right?
Sorry. Let me interject you there. Yeah. You said nobody should mention Gowon's name. People are entitled to mention. Yeah. That's one. Number two, I don't know if it is correct. According to what I just yes, anybody can cross-reference that or check that out too. It says that in terms of Yakubu, whether I borrowed money or not, they said no. General Yakubu Gowon's government did not borrow money externally to finance Nigerian civil war 1967 to 1970. The federal government under Gowon adopted a policy of fiscal discipline, prioritizing self-reliance to fund the war effort. Now, I can't say whether that AI is accurate or not, but I'm just reading.
Why would you be getting your information from AI about the Nigerian Civil War? I would trust that you as a person should be more informed than this to check information from AI, because clearly, during the Civil War, the Nigerian state had help massively from Britain and Russia, and they paid with the oil. So you should, if you're checking Grok or AI, you are even betraying people that trust that you should have, that you should be more knowledgeable than this.
Yeah, because
okay, stay humble. Stay humble. Are you not that AI is strong? AI collect data from.
Wait. Why should you use AI with all the information available about the Civil War, with all the books, all the literature?
My time is not really
AI to check information.
No, you still have the floor, Mazi Okpara. Stay humble. Stay humble.
Yeah.
I use AI. Even AI says they can be wrong if you read AI very well. And if you listen to me carefully, I did state this statement may not be correct, but I read it out on AI. AI is like if I go to a book and extract it out and I read. People use AI. People use Google. It's a reference.
We saw the book you read are correct.
So I don't know what you're actually challenging, to be honest. I'm confused as to what you are actually challenging.
Well, what I am challenging,
I just read something. Mr. James is not here. He challenged what Mr. James said, and I had to pull it out. And I said, I don't know if this is accurate. The record is there. I didn't say it is 100% accurate.
Anyway,
so if you have the correct information, can you provide it to us, please? Do you have the correct information? I don't have it. I'm not ashamed to tell you that I don't have it. Do you have it?
Electricity.
Hold on 1 second. Do you have it? Okay. Stay humble. I'm asking you a question.
You don't want to get information about the Civil War from AI.
All right, go ahead, Master Okpara. Thank you for thank you. Stay humble. When it comes to your turn, you can use your time
to you want. That's your business.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Master Okpara, my apologies, please. You may continue.
Then yesterday I said about Obi, and I want to repeat myself. My question to you, please. You live in America. If yes, how does America conduct their primaries during their presidential election? Because Nigeria, we practice a presidential governance or democracy. So the primaries should be open to party members, right? So is it? It's not true.
Are you asking me a question?
That is
yeah,
correct.
I'm asking you. You live in America.
I don't live in America. For the
so
record.
okay, fine. Okay, thank
So
you.
I think AY lives in America. I don't know who lives in America that
It's
can weigh in
correct.
on that.
Everywhere all over the world. Primaries
Okay.
are there
The
for
primaries are conducted, and you know, there's primary elections, there's primary debate. In fact, in America, primary debate is even more intensive than two presidential debates. You know, when the parties are bringing up their candidates, is when I get even interested in American politics. Now tell me the kind of politics these people are practicing in Nigeria. Tell me the kind of primaries. They will go there one night, and share money, and the highest bidder gets the presidential ticket. And they will come up and tell us they are in democracy, they want to conduct presidential election. That is fraud. If we want to conduct election, if we want to practice democracy, folks, let us do it the way it is supposed to be. If we don't, let's forget about it. Let's do it. Maybe have in emirs and obas and igwes and let's go home, because this election we are talking about now, Peter Obi coming to ADC. I don't see Peter Obi getting that I mean the presidential ticket. I don't see. I don't. My own prediction. I don't see Obi getting it. Obi might. I said it last time. Obi might choose another party like Zenith Labour Party, and which will cost him also the election again.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Tony, hold on. You asked him a question. When you finish, you have the floor to ask him a question.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I don't see. Well, just my own prediction, because I am not a member of ADC. I'm not there, but I am thinking that Atiku cannot spend all this money, and then Obi, all of a sudden, Obi will come and win him in the primaries. I believe that Peter Obi will move out from ADC, which is not going to help him anyway, which is not democratic anyway, which is wasting people's time, wasting our time, wasting our children's time. From 2015 to now, how many is that? We are just wasting time, repeating mistakes. I think if you mistake that you repeat 2 or 3 times, that is insanity. And this insanity is continued until we decide the kind of system that is suited for Nigeria, that has 500 different ethnic groups that have nothing in common, that don't speak the same language, don't eat the same food, don't wear the same clothes. And you think that democracy can function in this kind of system? Let us be honest with ourselves. This thing, and it is done in this way that those guys who gave us this what they call the constitution, they knew it. That's why they made it impossible for people like Obi, people like me, people like Tony, people like us here that can never smell the power. They made it impossible that there is no referendum, there is no independent candidacy, nothing. Just come, waste your money, waste your time. At the end of the day, they will give you the highest bidder. I don't see it working for Obi, my brother. I'm sorry. And let me tell you, Obi is not the best for Igbo people. If Igbo people should today conduct election, say we want Igbo nation or anything, and let's choose our best people, Obi is not our best people. The best in Igbo land, Obi is not even of the top 10. But because of Nigeria, They give you Obi now. Everybody's Obi, Atiku. This is a waste of time, a waste of energy for Obi and for other people. I raise my case.
Thank you, Mazio.
I don't know. I have a question for asking.
I have a question for you.
I have questions for you. I don't know if I will defer it or I'll give it to Stay Humble to ask, because I see Stay Humble laughing. But Majo Para,
yes,
you said you started by saying this is what you think, but you ended up making categorical statements. So you are contradicting yourself.
Okay.
That's one. Two, are you privy to the workings of the politics in ADC?
I am. I said it. I am not.
Okay. So what you are just saying is conjecture.
And are you privy? Are you insider?
No. I'm putting you on the spot. You are the one that made the statement. So because we need to get clarification, because you spoke as if you are sure. So
I said I never said I'm sure. I said okay. I said I am presuming.
Okay. Are you also presuming that Obi is not the best candidate from the Igbo land? Are you presuming or you are sure?
I'm presuming.
Is that you're presuming? Okay. Yeah. I rest my case.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. So it's an assumption, it's opinion. Let's put it under opinion. Mr. Ike, thank you for your patience. And listen, I'm going to thank every one of you for the maturity and decorum you have displayed so far. This is how our discussion should hold, and not talking over ourselves. We're here to learn. And Mr. Ike, let's 2027 election is around the corner.
Is the new way of life.
You are not here Friday. You will know that. KJ almost end the show. Mr. Ike, 2027 is around the corner. Renew hope. They said it's a Tinubu all the way. We saw what happened in 2023, and according to Mr. Tony, ADC has only one. If I'm correct, Mr. Tony, if I'm wrong, correct me. Only has one senator or whatever it is in Kogi State.
House of Rep member, no senator.
Member
House of Rep.
in the whole in the entire country.
Yes, one before Obi crossed over. Yes.
Yes, even though we don't know the workings of ADC or any political party, do you think ADC stand the chance of clinching that presidential position come 2027, where Bats, the man for himself, is there? The floor is yours, Mr. Ike. Thank you. I also yield the moderating back to Ebola KJ. Thank you very much, Mr. Ike. The floor is yours. For those who have not wished Happy New Year, Blackstone, Happy New Year to you. We shall catch up some other time. Thank you, Mr. Ike. The floor is yours.
Okay, Mr. Ike, before you speak, Theo Ibn Odin of, I can't see all the name, but if you can hear me, you are behind the stage. If you sit up, it's one of our rules there that we sit up, not lie down. So if you sit up, I will bring you in. I'm bringing you in and taking you out because I'm not sitting up. You're lying down on your bed. Okay.
KJ, please hold on first. 1 minute. Electricity, we have our fights. Be ready for that. Electricity.
Electricity, I've taken off his headphone. He can't hear you again. So let's move on.
Okay.
Before Blackstone, no, I'm the next.
Can I speak now?
Yes, I speak.
Okay, first of all, let me clear it here that Mr. Peter Obi is not the only first politician that have become from so many parties. Thank you, my brother Tony. Really, honestly, I didn't want to talk about the issue of Mr. Peter Obi because, but I just want to clear something. Mr. Peter Obi is not the only politician who has become from one political party to another political party. So the obsession of Nigerians that Mr. Peter Obi decamp from one party to another is what I do not understand.
Ike, are you sure? Hold on, let me ask, so I weave it in all. It's not the obsession. Nigerians are not obsessed. We don't have obsession because Peter Obi moved. It's certain individuals. Remember that there are plenty factors in Nigeria. There are APC people. The APC, are you going to stop them from talking on the media? So it's not an obsession. It's certain people who do not want Obi to come that are talking about it, and that's why Obi people must also keep talking about it. They will not say we won't talk about it, because these people have taken over and they're talking about it, and I make it look as if, in fact, it's the first time in Nigerian politics that an opposition leader who lost is the one the news is discussing about every day. It's not the first time. Is there another person? So don't mind about it. You just say your own. But whether talk, they will talk.
Thank you. First of all, the Nigerian political climate today, the only medicine the Nigerian political elite and political class has today is Mr. Peter Obi. Like as you said, like as Tony said, the Labour Party has gone. PDP said that they will do Nigeria for 50 years. Where are they today? They have gone. Every other political party is in trouble, because this is what the man in Asarok and his people are doing. This is what they did during the time of Jonathan. They came together and APC was formed. The program for 2027 is that Mr. Peter Obi will never have any platform to contest election. He's not the only political. We have Atiku, the so-called Atiku and the rest of them in Nigerian politics. But the agenda is that no matter whatever happened, Mr. Peter Obi should not have a platform in 2027. People say, he's in Labour Party. Why didn't he control Labour Party? Why didn't he do this in Labour Party? People were crossing over from PDP to APC, and Atiku was still the leader of PDP. Could he stop any of them? No. People that are elected in the National Assembly, what right does Mr. Peter Obi has to do to stop them from crossing over if they want? But it's just because it's Mr. Peter Obi. Why didn't he stop the people who are crossing over not to cross over? He didn't stop anybody. He's a man of due process. He said it from the one that he would never interfere with the affairs of Labour Party. From the day that the Supreme Court to have the final ruling, Mr. Peter Obi ceased to be the leader of Labour Party. Authentic Labour leader today is Alex Oti. That is the highest ranking elected officer of Labour Party in Nigeria. Today is Alex Oti, not Mr. Peter Obi. Mr. Peter Obi, from the day the final judgment of Supreme Court, that was the day he ceased to become the leader of Labour Party. So Mr. Peter Obi in Labour Party is an ordinary member of Labour Party. So what do you want him to do? You want him to do the same thing other people are doing, by forcing people out, by imposing people on Labour Party, and they will say, yeah, he's a strong politician. No. Due process, because that's what you want to follow. That's what you're fighting for. Then coming to the final point where we are now in ADC, I don't know, people that are not really following what is going on. I am an obedient and I have no regret of being one. Mr. Peter Obi didn't wake up that day in Enugu and said that he has gone to declare for ADC. Overnight consultation that has been going on for over 6 months to 1 year. On the day in Enugu, you can see from APGA to PDP to Labour to YPP. It wasn't just Mr. Peter Obi declared to ADC, but it was the collective political leaders in the Southeast as a whole that came together and said, yes, we go where you go. And all those people you saw that day, none of them is a member of ADC there, but from Enugu. Have you been following the news since Mr. Peter Obi declared to ADC? That is, every day people are decamping from Cross River State to Akwa Ibom to Rivers to Delta to everywhere. People are leaving PDP. People are leaving their party and they're going to ADC. Because why? I am following my national leader, Mr. Peter Obi. Like Tony said here, when it is time for the primary in ADC, we will see. I want to say what Tony said here. Most of us, we think for Mr. Peter Obi, or we know Peter Obi more than the way he knows himself. Because of his nature, because of his kind of person, people think Mr. Peter Obi is a weak politician. You need to know him. You need to get closer to people who know Mr. Peter Obi to tell you the kind of a man he is. For us, before ADC, Mr. Peter Obi had conversation with Obedience and Nigerians in space. What do you call Twitter before? I don't know what you call it, the former Twitter. The issue of vice president and president was raised. And Mr. Peter Obi asked the same person question back. You think that I've been traveling around the world, meeting leaders of the world, meeting politicians from different parts of the world, leaders of credible leaders around the world. You think I've been doing this thing to become the vice president to somebody? So this idea, because now that Mr. Peter Obi have decided to join ADC, like my brother KJ said, that we should be talking about Mr. Peter Obi, because those people who don't want him are the people that have taken the space. Because now that he has joined ADC, the conclusion is that Mr. Peter Obi is going to ADC to be the vice presidential candidate article. You know, it's a misconception of understanding about the politics that is going on behind the scene. You know, so until that day comes, we will know whether Mr. Peter Obi is going to be vice president to anybody. Or will Mr. Peter Obi be on the ballot on that day, that as he has told us that he's going to be on the ballot? And he has made it clearly, he's not going to be vice president to anybody. And as a very strong member of Obedient Movement, listen, Obedient Movement, we are loyal to Mr. Peter Obi, not to ADC. And let it be made known, because there was a misconception of the interview of Tanko. And that's why if you go to YouTube or you go to Facebook, you see an official statement that came out from the Obedient Movement. We are not loyal to any political party. We are loyal to the man called Mr. Peter Obi. And there is nothing, if you listen to Oseleka, who was in the administration of Mr. Peter Obi, day before yesterday, he put out a statement. He is one of the people, the brain behind the process that leaded to the end that Mr. Peter Obi joined ADC. What did he say? He said, these people who are saying things that they don't have knowledge of. I am one of the people who has been on the background. The discussion with ADC was not Mr. Peter Obi to be vice president to anybody, but to be the presidential candidate of ADC. And that should settle it. So if we, at the end of that day, it end up that Mr. Peter Obi decide that he wants to be a vice presidential candidate of anybody, then by then, somebody like me will be able to have an opinion. But I cannot be thinking, I cannot be speaking as if I know more than Peter Obi, or I know Peter Obi more than the way Peter Obi knows himself. But my final point here is that if you are following political news in Nigeria since that day in Enugu till tomorrow, just watch before the end of January. You will see that there is not going to be PDP anymore in Nigerian politics. And every other political party, they are also surrendering their these things, you know, their platforms to ADC. Because of why? Because of Mr. Peter Obi. We are following the man who said that new Nigeria is possible. I raise my case.
Please, I have a question. KJ, I have a question for Mr. Ike.
For Mr. Ike.
Yeah.
Okay, as long as your question is within 30 seconds, I'll
no, don't worry, 1 second. Mr. Ike, I want to ask you a question. After Obi, what happened to obedience movement? Will they continue or will they be disbanded?
After what? I didn't hear you.
I said after Obi. After Obi.
The Blackstone.
No.
Obi is not after yet now. So why would we discuss?
No, wait now. Of course, no. We are talking about the future, right? Obi time, politics and everything will come to an end, right? So after Obi, then what happened to the obedient movement? What will happen to them?
I am not going
Obedience
to
will come and take your earphone.
I am not going
okay,
to.
So I will dash them, no problem. I will dash them.
I'm
not going
give
to.
me okay, let's move on. The Blackstone. Obi still has 8 years. So 8 years is a long time before we start thinking of what to happen to the obedience. And by the way, it is obedience, not a political party. But after 8 years, they probably know what to do with their party, with the club, the obedient family. Okay, let's move on. Who is speaking there? Is it Stay Humble? How are we going, Tony?
No, Stay Humble.
It should be righteous man.
It's righteous man. Okay, go ahead, righteous man.
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, seeing Blackstone for the first time since this year. Blackstone, good evening.
Not see me, you are not seeing me at all.
See, code in Germany have changed you now. You are whiter than Mr. AY.
No, it is my camera. No worry.
Okay. So I greeted AY. AY failed to respond to my greeting. AY with the fight.
Sorry, righteous man. Maybe I was sorry, man.
It's a bad man. It's a bad man. Don't worry. I know him very well.
enemy.
So I want to start by saying this. There is no court of law in Nigeria that have convicted Atiku as a criminal. No court in Nigeria. So on what ground will any educated and sound-minded Nigerian will come to the platform to blackmail that name, Atiku? On what ground? On the ground of allegation by someone who picked up a copy of Bible and knelt down to beg this man against what was the original agreement in PDP that he will go for 4 years. And now he's a saint and Atiku now is the evil man. Come on now. Come on, guys. We shouldn't be saying these things. You accuse Atiku of embezzlement. You took him to court. All the court's judgment proved that the guy was innocent. It was under Atiku constitutionally given to him to manage, to handle the economy of Nigeria as vice president. That Nigeria recorded the best economy in Africa. And we came to the position of beating South Africa. Our economy was $500 billion, which has reduced to 148 by APC. And we are saying that man was corrupt. Can you prove? Where is the evidence and proof? The $16 billion electricity decision have been taken to court and proved that it was a lie. So let us not come and let us not come to the platform. Let us not come to the platform to say lies to the world against that man. Now, I want to run a data or a history of Atiku. Atiku contested with the late MKO. He was begged to step down. Atiku is a man that loved Nigeria and loved the Nigerian people. He stepped down so that MKO will become the candidate of SDP. In 1999, this Atiku Abubakar repeated the same. When the whole governors said, Oga, you are the one we know. This man has finished his 4 years. You will go for us. According to our agreement in PDP. Obasanjo came to beg him. And the same man that you guys are blackmailing stepped down. When other governors in Nigeria were behind him to go for the election, he stepped down for Obasanjo. The same Atiku is the person that is being blackmailed today and called names. The same Atiku in 2023 general election, people have forgotten that when the zoning of the presidential candidates was mentioned in PDP, that Atiku said, if it is zoned to the southeast, he will not contest. Atiku said it. Google it. Let us not just pick up a name and hate the name. He said if it is zone, microzone to southeast, he will not contest. But this Yeso Wike revolted and said no, that it should be thrown open. And Atiku said, if it is thrown open, then I will contest. And today, people have forgotten it. They're not saying he's the one that scattered PDP. How? We forgot that Obi left PDP because of the presidential nomination form that cost 40 million naira. And Obi said he can't bring out 40 million naira to buy a presidential form when people are suffering. That was how he left PDP. And Patitome brought him because Patitome was the presidential candidate on board for Labour Party. He stepped down for Peter Obi. And today we forgot these histories. And we start blackmailing Atiku Abubakar. For what? Now, the present president of today, of this country, was in SDP. From SDP to AD. From AD to AC. From AC to ACN. From ACN to APC. And it's not a crime. ABGA is not a national party. ABGA is seen and considered as a regional party in Nigeria. And if you have aspiration, which is not bad, and you discover that you have served your tenure and served your people in your state, there is no crime in migrating to another party, which Obi did. And he handed over ABGA to an ABGA candidate. I mean, he handed over Anambra State to an ABGA candidate, Willie Obiano, and he won. So what is the crime that I have an aspiration and I look at the platform I have used to achieve my gubernatorial aspiration, that it cannot give me the national platform to vie for what I dream for? What is my crime to have left that party that will not give me what I need to join another party? I don't know why anything that has to do with Obi, everybody will now become an encyclopedia of history that have no background. What crime has Obi committed? The only governor in the history of Nigeria that receives no salary after leaving office. There is nothing that is entitlement given to other governors that will be received. The only governor, both dead and alive, that have that record. He has no plot of land anywhere in Nigeria except where he built his house in Onitsha. And such man, you feel that it's not credible? And somebody is saying in Igbo land is not the best. Come on, who is the best in Igbo land? Is it Ojo Zokanu? Who? Mention the person that betrays Igbos. Let me round up, please. Let me say this. Let me say this. Obi is not a fool. Obi is educated. Obi is a billionaire. Obi is not a beggar. Obi is not a hustler. Before he could come out and say, I am not vying for vice presidential position in ADC, please accord him that honor and respect him. He's a man. He has made his consultation. An agreement had been reached before he came to make that declaration. The only person that have a complete region followed him to ADC. No other person that they come to ADC brought one single local government chairman or councillor. Only Obina has many people at his back following him. And let me say this lastly. I am on ground. I am here in Imo State. I have talked to individuals and people, both Aboki, both Calabar, Bayelsa, both every other tribe that reside here that I've met. I easily mingle with people. Listen to me. In 2027, the election is not about party. It is about credibility, integrity, capacity. And I am telling you, every man you talk to is talking about Obi. Those who think Obi will not win, Obi will surprise you in 2027. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, righteous man. And for those who are still in doubt, well, you see, when lawlessness is made to be part of the law, it becomes difficult to know which part, because forgery now has become part of the law. The National Assembly said they forged the tax law. The country said let's just forget and go along with it. So if we're not careful, they will still forge the 2027 election. I will say no problem, let's just go along with it. So that is what the danger is. It's not whether Obi is popular. Obi is able to take that thing any day. Where we are concerned now is let the people in the authority not say, let's just go along with it, because that's what they're used to saying. So
they've rectified and gazetted it, Mr. KJ. Do you know?
Sorry?
They have rectified and gazetted it today.
No, that's not the law.
You know?
That's not the law. That's not the law.
No, that is not true. They only brought out the different copies.
No, even if, whether they've done it that way or not, that's not the law. That is forgery. That is against the Nigerian Constitution. Once the government paper have been gazetted, any alteration to it is illegal. Come on, guys. Let's not be saying this thing now. We are making fun of ourselves outside. Why you are?
I have 30 seconds for righteous man. Righteous man is talking about somebody called article names here. I mean, I didn't call any name. I don't know who called article name, because he accused us of calling name. I mean, article name.
Did he mention your name?
No. But excuse me. But we are here. We are here. What he's saying is very delicate. What is saying?
Okay. All right. We didn't. Nobody call article name.
Yes. But he said it here. Correct him, please.
James called article's name. James mentioned article. He mentioned him. Play back the tape. James mentioned article's name.
Who is James?
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear it.
James ran away when I wanted to challenge him. It's
okay, now here is the issue. Here is the issue with articles candidacy. The issue, article candidates, that there are many stories unverified that have been going around article's name. Those stories have been taken to court. Those stories have not been able to be proven in the law courts of Nigeria, and that is why we leave it. But you all know, and we know, that even the case of Bola Tinubu went to court, it was not proven. Whether it is true or not, that is left to you and I. So let's not even go there.
Clap for yourself.
I'll be a journalist now, my brother. I'm not going to analyze this.
That's what I'm saying. Now clap for yourself.
So officially, nobody can accuse article of anything. And that's where it stands. And that's why I'm afraid. Because now they have a paper tax that was manipulated, and people are saying, let's just move ahead along with it because it has been rectified. No, somebody has to go to court and somebody has to be jailed for it, because that is manipulating official documents. Once, I don't know any longer. Let's go ahead. AY,
go for it. AY or stay humble.
No, is it stay humble? Stay humble. Is it your AY?
Stay humble. I've talked since now.
Stay humble as we spoken.
I beg you, I just hand over to me, so I'm not running away from you.
Okay. After stay humble, it will be AY.
Okay, so let's arrange it properly. All right.
Okay, yeah, so many things to talk about, really. So many inaccuracies and clear deceptions to debunk. And someone was talking about power supply, etc. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows that it's very easy to fix, some of these nagging problems of Nigeria. But the Tinubu boys, we want to throw dust on our eyes and, make it look insurmountable. just to justify their master's incompetence. Yeah, but if they want to debate that, they can go to One Man Went to More show and talk about that. We are not going to waste time with them here. So coming to Peter Obi, look, if you want to, if you've never listened to Peter Obi, which I believe we don't have anybody here who has not. For those listening to us, watching this show, who have never listened to Peter Obi, just go to YouTube and type Peter Obi, and you will see dozens, hundreds of interviews Peter Obi granted, and then you will glean out, more information about who he is and how he governed Anambra State. For those that said, he cannot change Nigeria. I was a student when Peter Obi was governor of Anambra State, and I was a beneficiary of Peter Obi's investment in education. And do I not look educated enough?
No.
All right. So we could create a different session altogether to talk about Peter Obi in Anambra. So I could dedicate hours just talking about him. Was it what he did in health? Was it what he did in giving us a medical school that was accredited? It's currently accredited by the Medical and Dental Council of Nigeria. If you know how that works, you would know that it's really difficult to get a medical school accredited by the Medical and Dental Council, but he did it within few years. That was a record in Nigeria. So I'm not here to start convincing anybody about Peter Obi's competence in statecraft. If you want to have that debate, you can go to One Man Went to More or some other TikTok pages and start debating that. So now, regarding the ADC, really, the conversation that we should even be making now, the obedience and well-meaning Nigerians, is how to even register in the party and get the party even working better than it is. But the machinations of the APC and their data boys is to continue to bring up the conversation of Peter Obi, continue to bring up that conversation that, can he beat Atiku? And, try to see ways of discouraging millions of Nigerians. Because no matter what you say here, if you put a ballot tomorrow, even tonight, and say Nigerians come out and vote, no police, no army, nothing, 95% of Nigerians will vote for Peter Obi. That's very, very clear to anybody. But the question now, with the structure we have in Nigeria, unfortunately, and with the politics that Mr. Tinubu plays. So Mr. Tinubu plays the ethnic and thuggery politics. So it would be very difficult for Peter Obi to establish a new party. And we should not even be talking about individuals establishing a political party. It's even a shame on us here. Everybody here is a very big shame. The diaspora Nigerians, that they cannot even set up a correct political party in Nigeria with all the grammar that we congregate here to speak every Saturday and Sunday. Thousands of Nigerians in the United States, in the UK, with all the money we have, and with all the exposure that we have, we cannot even set up a correct political party in Nigeria. And we are waiting for Peter Obi to set up a political. What financial muscle does Peter Obi have to set up that party? So this is the function of the Nigerian diaspora, not Peter Obi establishing a party. Now back to establishing political parties. With the way Mr. Tinubu operates, it's really difficult to establish a new political party. And with the kind of politics they play, their mission is going to isolate and say, this is an Igbo thing, because that ethnic politics is his main strategy, that ethnic politics. So Peter Obi had to team up with a large group That teaming up with a large group also gives him a lot of protection from the ethnic bullets flying, all over the place. Now, if you come to the ADC, we have not been told that Mr. Atiku will be given the presidential ticket. What Peter Obi would do will be to contest for the primary or to get the ticket by consensus. He has said repeatedly that he's going to be on the ballot, and he has never deceived Nigerians. So if he says that he's going to be on the ballot, he is going to be on the ballot. We don't know the conversations that they have made. We don't have we don't know the agreements that they have, really. And then we should note as well that if Mr. Tinubu wins in 2027 or is declared winner in 2027, there is no guarantee that he will not become a live president. And that is what the North would not want. So even Mr. Peter Obi becoming the president of Nigeria in 2027 is preferable to them than a Tinubu winning in 2027, because that might be a platform, a recipe for a live presidency, which would really jeopardize their chances in Nigerian politics. So we should also note that even Atiku himself, supporting the ADC, because some people have said, that he has invested a lot. Peter Obi probably has invested more in the ADC than Atiku Abubakar. Even with the people he has even brought in into the ADC, I think he has even brought in more people. And millions of Nigerians are going to register into the ADC because of Peter Obi. Atiku joined the ADC. Nobody talked about him. No channel, no television channel spoke about it. Amechi, El-Rufai, all of them joined. But Peter Obi joined some days ago. And since then, it's all been Peter Obi, Peter Obi. And very soon, millions of people will pick up the party cards for the ADC. So if you ask me, I think he has invested far more in the party, both financially and otherwise, than Atiku Abubakar. Yeah, so I think I'll just be here and listen to what other people will say. But I beg,
okay,
no lies, please.
You have spoken very well. I think it's better to leave it there. Yes. AY, I'm not sure AY is Atiku man. Sorry, it's Obi man. So you have something to counter. AY, we have come to you now, and I think Stay Humble have been able to. Look, if we either want good governance or we don't want it. So whichever divide you are in, let us know right now what you think.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm not anybody man. I'm my own man. I'm competent enough to contest for Nigeria president. So I'm gonna break it down really fast. So Nigeria, the biggest problem with Nigeria is too much emotions. Politics. Some of the issue we'll be discussing here, like the electricity power issue, they are not based on sentiment. They are based on knowledge and understanding of the terrain. We should stop all these blah blah emotions. I remember before 2023, when some of us kept saying Peter Obi needs to build a structure. People say, "What is structure? What is structure?" How do you even win an election without a structure? There is no country all over the world that you cannot win. You can win an election without a structure. Not even in America. If you are in America, if Democrats think they are too popular, let them go to Texas and win Texas. If Republicans think they are too popular, let them go to New York and win New York. See, these issues, there are serious issues we need to really discuss. We can't be deceiving ourselves every time. Here is it. There is a serious problem.
If you think you're just gonna push like somebody measure, oh, if you conduct an election today, Peter Obi is gonna win 95%, are you dreaming? If you conduct an election, the way Nigeria is structured, there is a problem. Removing Tinubu from power is gonna be more difficult than 2023. This is the fact. Tinubu is currently controlling 29 states in Nigeria. If you don't know, I'm projecting by 2027, APC will have at least 31 states in Nigeria. Write it down today.
Clap for yourself.
These issues are not easy. You see, on Peter Obi, like somebody rightly said, he does not have any option right now. The only option was to move to ADC. Because that's a step in the right direction. Because if Peter Obi, if he had made any mistake of remaining in any party and it's on the ballot, Atiku is on the ballot, then forget, there is no election. Go, everybody should go asleep. What I'm saying is this is the right step in the right direction, is at least there is a form of alliance within the opposition space. Atiku is there, Peter Obi is there. Now ADC is kind of like part of PDP. So they are going to have the structure to challenge the present government. But again, it's something that is really, really hard. The first step, yeah, good move for Peter Obi. The next step is, like Mr. Tony said, we don't know more than Peter Obi. Peter Obi must have go into some kind of negotiation with Atiku and the ADC. What we need to watch out for is, are they going to leave the ticket for him? That's a big thing. But I know for sure, if you allow that space, allow that primary to continue, to go ahead today, defeating Atiku, collecting that ticket from Atiku, I don't know what to tell you. Think again. But I think here is what Peter Obi, I think if there is some kind of negotiation, he needs to convince Mr. Atiku to allow him to fly this flag for ADC. Because the reason is that it's going to be difficult to defeat Atiku. Atiku, for me, does not have business with Nigeria election in 2027. I think he should rest. First of all, Atiku is old. Second of all, why is Fafada here? Second of all, it is not the turn of the North. I think what the minimum we should expect is the North should allow the South to complete their 8 years. That is another politics that is going to play out. The North might allow Tinubu to complete 4 years because there will be issue of trust. Can they trust Peter Obi? Let's assume they give him ticket to do just 4 years. You know, did not have battled this kind of crisis before with Goodluck Jonathan. There will be a lot of doubt. And the more you are fighting, we want to fight. The more you want to fight, it's not a novice. Tinubu is the only known politician I know since 1999 that became Nigeria president. If you don't believe that, this is not issue of, oh, is this. Tinubu is a real politician. It's a core one. So he knows how to strike deals. Kano is moving to APC. The whole of South is APC. 3 states in Southeast is APC. Southwest, about 4 states is APC. The whole of North Central is APC. So there are a lot of issues. People might argue, oh, the governor only have one vote. That is right. But the governor controls the structure of the state. Let me tell you the difference. Let me make this last point. Here is the difference now. In the last election, when you look at a lot of the states, it was like 3-way street. Let's say Delta, for example. PDP was strong, APC was strong, Labour Party was strong. Today, that whole structure is almost in APC. Edo is the same thing. Rivers is the same thing. Akwa Ibom is the same thing. So it's kind of like different. But if they give the ticket to Peter Obi or somebody from the South, there is a lot of work that needs to be done. But it's going to be hard fight. It's going to be hard one. But
That is the next phase we need to watch out for. ADC, who are they giving this ticket to? Are they going to give it to Peter Obi? Are they going to give it to Amici? For me, I think the South should not negotiate anything. The minimum should be let them complete their 8 years, then allow power to move to the North. At least this is the little piece we have in the country, you know.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, AY. I allowed you so that you can, everybody, he explained it. It's so clear. Nobody will say it's ambiguous. If they allow Peter Obi, things will go. If Atiku start doing muscle and they start muscling each other, things may not go the way we want. So the purpose of Peter Obi running is to get Nigeria to a sound footing where things can now move forward. The truth of the matter is that Nigeria don't have all the years. We are on a third round of the division of labor, or let me put it more clearly. We're the third round of the new world order. And this new world order is going to eat up those who do not have strategic men in positions. When they call you to a table as a representative of people, as a head of state, as a president, you should be able to know at least the ABC of simple economics and other things that may go with it. So if we get to people who do not know these things, it becomes a bit more difficult. And just like I said, when foreign countries go to other nations where they don't have the technical know-how, they look for their people, students, PhD students, master students, business people who have been in that environment and who understand the language, because language is differently used in different locations. And they bring them to those meetings and they avail them the opportunity to go through those documents. And they now advise their people otherwise. Our own, we carry people from my village and bring them and expect them to come and sit and understand the English these people are speaking. All of you who are in England or other parts of the country, you know that there's certain words you use and people ask you, they're like looking at you like, it doesn't mean what you use it for in Nigeria. It doesn't mean that. Okay? Here, it does. In fact, when in America, you say somebody hits his leg, you say sorry. Say sorry for what? You know, but in Nigeria, if you say sorry, please understand that you are saying sorry because he hit his leg on the stone. Here, they'll tell you, it's not your fault. You don't have to tell me sorry. They're not even apologetic about it. You know? So, we need our people to start thinking like other nations are thinking. Not to carry your brother from, Ben, the local government of Abia State, and bring him to come and discuss business with people who have written it in their own language and in their own understanding. Come here, look at people who are here. Get them, if you want to pay them for those days, you're going to have them to walk through your documents. So you understand the language that's been put on the paper before putting your hand on it. I met you went to sign a contract for Nigeria. It was written in Madrid in Chinese language, and he signed still. So what do you know that they put there? And then you come and tell us that the things are not written in that it's everything that is written in China. Why did you sign? I didn't know Nigerians that speak that language fluently that even have pages on it. So this is the thing, my brothers and sisters. My brother, it's not that we don't know what to do. We just don't want to do the right thing. Anyway, I'll go to you, Blackstone.
After keeping me waiting for all that long,
sorry, now it's because you are the Blackstone. We don't want to move you too fast.
Okay, thank you. I greet everybody. And that man with Ajab, I greet you. Are you don't you have it in your room? Thank you so much. Right. Anyway, I don't want to
say
what?
Who were you referring to me?
No, KJ, I'm saying take me to the backstage if there are people waiting to come in.
Okay, right now I don't see anybody.
Okay.
Yes, you are okay, sir. Thank you. And then if flagship, you are listening to me, please flagship come in now. Only your symbol I see, and then they see your face. All right, go ahead, sir.
So who was talking to me? Anyway,
you just go ahead, Blackstone. Okay. Go ahead.
I'm a troublemaker, I don't know. So I just want to say just few things anyways, because all this talk of what's gonna happen, whereby we have no idea or we don't have preview of what is going on in the political calculation of within the ADC and Peter Obi and so on and so forth. What I've come to find out that we that are not even involved in all these things, the one that come and analyze everything, and those that are involved are not even talking. It's like a theoretical person now trying to argue with a practical person, right? Who has experience in a practical experience of a situation, and you that just read it from book argue with the person, right? Obi is not a fool, right? It took him time for him to decide what to do, and he has consulted with many people, and I think that even there have been already big deals that he reached, agreement, and so on and so forth before he left. He defected to ADC. And also going back to the Labour Party. Labour Party is just like a Chinese party with all the issues going on there and so on and so forth. And why, as a man of reputation, with integrity and everything, why must he continue to be in the Labour Party with all the insults and so on and so forth is going over there, right? So I think he has taken the best decision. Like Pato Tome had an interview at this with Peter Obi go to take the VP ticket, he will walk away from him. And many people have said it. So he has no choice than to go for the highest level, the presidency ticket, right? And even the Soul Group, the obedience, they're also supporting him, right? So I think that even the ADC one will win the election, and they have to come with a credible person who has the support across all Nigeria, from the east to the west, from the north to the south, right? I think they want to try their best to remove APC from there. Talking about structure, what was the structure in 2023 that Obi was able to win the number of states that he won? According to them, the people are the structure. With the Nigeria situation today, right? I believe that a reasonable person will not even cast his vote for APC. No matter how they defect, even if all the states are, all the 36 states are APC states, are the citizens APC members? No matter the structure you have, are you going to bribe everybody? I know Tinubu use money to do everything he's doing, but is that going to trickle down to the citizens, to the people who have been affected with the hardship of Nigeria today? That's what we determine. I think that from the last election of 2023, most Nigerians have learned a lesson. They might not show it, they might be talking about it, but they have learned their own lesson, and they know what to do. And every political parties, every political player in the game have also learned their lesson. Everybody is making strategy, how to rescue the presidency from Tinubu, right? Like what Pato Tome said last time, that if you are already above 60, why must you be in the office? Because you cannot function properly. And the campaign is going on all around. I guess maybe from June, July, August, you begin to see more and know more and learn more about ADC, what is their plan, who they are going to feature as a presidential candidate. I don't think Obi will go down to that level, right, after contesting as a presidential candidate and then go to a VP. I don't think he will do that. And I believe that it's only we have to talk about Atiku and Obi. The other guys like Erufai, Kwankwaso, those ones, nobody talking about it, right? So that will tell you that Peter Obi has the weight in Nigeria. And when Peter Obi defected, announced that his movie has moved to APC, all the media were shaking. It was a buzz it was like a big bang in the media space, because he is the only one today that when he make a statement, it goes right. It's like it shakes Nigeria to the road. It shakes every party.
Okay, we're
Right?
running out of time. Thank you so much, and I'm very glad to see that you've come back. This is 2026. We very much like to see you every week.
I have not come back because
no, come back.
You have not paid my salary.
Come back, or else we will send your village people when they come visit you.
They fear me now. Don't worry.
Okay, all right.
That's
Theo Ibn Odin of. Okay, how do you pronounce your name, please? No, I know Ghost could read that one. Bro, Theo.
Oga KJ, you've been talking say you did NTA Jos, and I was in Jos in the late 90s. I know that place very, very well.
No,
not very far from my home.
NTA Jos. I said Professor Tony Oti was the one who started the playhouse and was shot by NTA Jos. And one of his actors was the late Dr. Tom Adaba, who was one of the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission first chairman.
I was going to start talking about some nostalgic things about the Jos of but
but I know Jos. I lived in Jos. All my friends went to Uni Jos. I refused to go to Uni Jos because it was
it was a nice place. I had a little stint at Hillcrest in Jos those times.
Some of my friends went to Hillcrest. If you know them, most of them went to Hillcrest. Yes.
Air Force Primary School, Hillcrest. Then anyway, that's gone. That's history now. NTA myself, it's a shadow of itself. Nobody watches NTA again. Oh my God.
Yes, my brother.
Everybody has his little phone, and they are not doing enough to encourage people. The quality of their production is just gone so bad. It's just God. Anyway, with this thing we're all talking about, I think it is intentional that the conversation is narrowed down to Nigeria. And even though we cannot separate the actions of the United States of America, with the potential is there that things can easily escalate. But we are watching what is happening around the globe and how others are reacting. We have already seen that the United Kingdom supposed prime minister is a coward. He has chosen to bow down and kiss the ring. Nothing substantial is coming out from him. And while all this is going on, so in the chaos of all this, guys, you have to be. I would just want us to take a moment to understand that things may not really go the way we think it's going, because it is now been proven to a substantial part of the Eastern media that an attempt was made on Vladimir Putin's life by the MI6 with swarms of drones attacking his house, his residence, and it coincided with what was happening in Venezuela. While all our attention was there, they were trying to assassinate Putin. Well, things are so fluid that you don't know how all this will, come down. I think in the grand scheme of things, yes, Nigeria is a political battlefield, but that only depends if Tinubu does not play the game the way they want him to play it. And trust me, if there is anybody who's a deal maker, who will also kiss the ring to survive, and then probably believe that Nigeria will survive too by him surviving, that is Mr. Tinubu. We may want to vilify him and all that, but what I think fundamentally we all need to understand here on this platform is the fact that this rotational presidency of Nigeria is not just it's not written in the constitution, but it is something that is taken very, very seriously. Now, Atiku himself does not hold any weight because of the fact that fundamentally now the power brokers, the people who have substantial leaning and political leverage in the north are not aligned with Atiku's vision of him standing in 2027. Most calculations of all serious northern politicians is against 2031. It tells you something, that in 2031, the north is heading mostly with Tinubu. Yes, miracles happen, but statistics, history, experimental probability. We don't know what will happen by then. Maybe we would have been in a nuclear winter by then. Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows tomorrow. But then, if that day comes and we are still alive, I believe that the chances, I will not rule out that Obi will come on top of the ticket. But if he comes on top of the ticket, then he is so unfavorable in the north, but he will get the southeast, I'm very sure. And if Atiku comes up, he is also quite unfavorable because the power brokers in the north are not so aligned with him. That diminishes him, and then a lot of people too will be angry with Obi. So in this whole scenario, the way I'm seeing it, I'm just telling you an average northerner's point of view. It is politics, opinions may change. Maybe Tinubu may do something so grievous before then that maybe it will reach a level that people will go against him. But as it stands now, I don't think Tinubu is in any real risk, except for external pressure. Internally, I think he's got quite a firm control of what is happening politically. Well, for Nigeria, the earlier we agreed that our electricity, our whatever is being sabotaged by the fact that we have politicians and politics that do not have institutions that back long-term plans. If you look at our budget, when PDP was there, they had a different priority. When APC came in, they push that all out, and they bring in another thing. So if you have a budget and you write it into law that, okay, this is a 25-year project and we're going to be pumping X amount of money, of 100% of that amount of money in every of these 25 years, and you only get to spend maybe 4 years and you are taking out. The next is, why this guy they waste money? I beg they come out for them. Let's do our own. Now, you see how institutionally, if you cannot get your acts together, things can degenerate. Now, the problem with Nigeria is that we do not have, that internal institutional capacity to put the nation on the right track, to not matter who is in the party. We like to criticize the West, that there is a deep state, that it doesn't matter whether it is the Democrats or the Republicans who are in power. What is for the national interest, always carries the day. Why is our wearing politicians in the National Assembly different? Why is the executive, the judiciary are even kind of the worst, because at their basis, maybe we should be also happy that there will be a constitutional review. But the deal breaker for me in that constitution is not even the state regional hegemony. It is judicial independence. That is what I want, because I believe it is justice that is the basis of everything. So thank you. Let me just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. You have expressed yourself clearly. For anybody who cares to listen, because sometimes you say these things and people just gloss over it and just pick some little parts and begin to talk about. Okay, Mr. Forfada. Mr. Forefather, this way you are dressed like this, I don't know if is your new style this 2025 6 or that you want us to see in a different light. Are you going to the bathroom or you are going outside? Which one are you doing now?
Greetings, KJ. Thank you for having me. I don't know if you can hear me clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So this is a different device, but I'll be back on my original one in next time, I guess. Greetings to you, KJ, and the panelists. Greetings to the chat and the viewers. I guess we are discussing politics from the point of view of Peter Obi. I must say, I've never had anybody defend Atiku the way Righteous Man did. And to an extent, I'm not even sure what is disputable in what he said, which is interesting. But it shows you sometimes when you go with group think, you need to kind of question some of those assumptions to an extent. But Atiku still represent the establishment. And but that said, I'll move on to the ADC and Peter Obi's role in, how the politics is going to be shaped. For one thing, I think Tinubu's fortunes seems to be tied to the opposition, which is very, very strange that Nigeria has become a problem where the opposition is almost dead. Their failure in the earlier election, the 2023 election, led to Tinubu's ascension. And instead of trying to, given that they saw an own goal, that their failure is what led to his ascension, to come together, they can't even figure that one out. And they are fragmented, they are all over the place. And so that is also a problem. I don't know whether Peter Obi's move to ADC is going to make much of a difference. Even if he decides to run in the ADC, there is still PDP there. That still leaves some fragments out there, and then you look at the governors all moving to APC. So it's quite politically, if you look at it on the ground, it looks like a very, very difficult thing to do. That's to unseat Tinubu from office. But as they say in politics, 10 years can happen in 2 weeks, and you can't always predict these things. A new candidate might show up. After all, I didn't see Peter Obi in the last election. So a new candidate might show up and throw everything off course, or Tinubu might do something and throw everything off course, or the situation of the country might just get worse and they don't see a lot of improvement. But what is more likely to happen, from what I can see, I don't know, of course, with what Trump is doing all over the place, Dangote Refinery is going to consolidate. And if that happens, the Nigerian economy is going to improve, no matter what Tinubu tries to do. I guess there are some things he could do to still damage it, like inviting a full-on invasion into the country or starting a war, which, some crazy war from nowhere. Tinubu could do that. But if barring that, the Nigerian economy is going to improve. Even if the security situation remains the same or gets slightly worse, people might forgive him for that, because the good feeling that comes from cheaper petrol prices, hearing that the foreign reserve of Nigeria is increased, air peace is functional, more Nigerians are working online. You can see a situation whereby people will start feeling a sense of, it's not so bad after all, let's just give him a chance, or at least not go out and vote against him, especially with all the governors in place. So is right now, from what I can see, there is no opposition in Nigeria. And the landscape is really, really terrible. Actually, the only opposition you see in Nigeria right now are the Sahel nations. There is no opposition in Nigeria. The Sahel nations are the big trial that is going on, whereby if the Sahel nations perform well, beyond what the democracies are doing, there will be pressure to remove this democracy and unseat it by the military. And but if the democracy starts delivering, Dangote Refinery expands production and the benefits starts coming through, and Nigeria starts seeing benefits, then you can see Tinubu going on to run for up to 2030. And I don't believe he has any chance of, going for a third term or a life presidency. Nigeria is one of those states that has become quite resistant to that kind of stuff, given that if you have tried it, like Obasanjo, didn't succeed. You know, any other person that tried to even whisper, he didn't even attempt it and succeed. Especially Buhari too set a good precedent that as a former leader, he didn't, former military leader, he didn't even attempt it. He was happy to leave office. That is precedence that is coming. So it's becoming institutionalized that Nigerian leaders cannot serve beyond 2 terms. And anybody that tries to break that will have a serious job to do. And that is what institutions, strong institutions do. And on that front, the Nigerian institution is getting stronger so that nobody tries to break the 4-year barrier or 2-term barrier. So that is that. In terms of the Trump invasion, it looks like the whole thing is beginning to look like a difficult situation. Because the man that they arrested, they will have to have some serious proof against him that is a drug baron. And if you cannot find proof that it's a drug baron, what do you do?
Are you saying that you have not heard that this guy dealing drugs? Are you saying that?
Oh, we hear we hear things all the time. Proof is another thing. And and reason is another thing. Okay. Somebody that has the largest oil reserve in the world, what does he need with drug money?
That's why you should also, as someone who has the largest reserve in the world, how come that people are so poor that they're running to other countries to go look for how to even do menial jobs to be able to survive? That's a question you should ask also.
Because America sanctioned them. Before that, they were doing fine. America sanctioned them for 10 straight years. And sometimes we forget that. America punishes nations to degrade them so that as long as they don't get their way, they punish them. That's what they do.
What I just don't want is one-way narrative, because sanctions don't just fly out. Something must be a reason. And if you are sanctioned, you can actually go on a negotiation table and find out how to move forward your country, because for the benefit of your country. That's what I keep saying. It is not about the people who are there and their ego, but it's also about the country itself and the people of your country, citizens that cannot afford to go all the way. These people are living on government largesse, but the people of the country are not living on government largesse. So before now, it's not only Trump that have taken this action. Biden put a $25 million bond on his head. So it wasn't like it's Trump that started this thing. It's just that Trump is the one who was able to execute it.
To be fair, I never even mentioned Trump. But Trump, in terms of the way I mentioned Trump, was the fact that he captured Maduro. But in terms of the policy of sanctions, it's something that America upheld. They are still sanctioning Cuba today. It's ideological sanction, and it's also the fact that they decided that they're going to nationalize their oil resources. And this has been a problem for America all the time. And I don't know why they pick nations that they do that to, because Saudi Arabia nationalizes oil reserves. They are not punishing Saudi Arabia for it. Or is it because Saudi Arabia is in a strategic location and important for America? So why is it that you don't allow some nations to do what they need to do? And then when they choose their path, why do you have to punish them? They didn't do anything against America. Why did you have to punish them? Because they didn't do what you want. You want to basically get their oil for free. Because when you tell them that, because you know that they are not strategic, they are not that important, when you tell them, oh, give me your oil for free, and you say no, then you just start punishing them. And maybe that's what Venezuela is looking at and saying, you know what you're asking to us to do is to impoverish us even worse than us enduring the sanction. They are not stupid. There's a reason why they went that direction. Look at Niger. Look at Niger, how poor Niger is. These nations can be downright evil sometimes. Like, they will leave you destitute while they use your resources and build these civilizations. What kind of people are those? What kind of superpower is that? You see, if America was a superpower that takes care of people that works with it, it wouldn't be having all this problem that it's having.
KJ, forgive me for interjecting. Please forgive me for interjecting. I went out. I just came back because I remembered I didn't address one thing that was important for me to address, and it was part of the reasons why this show was, conduct about Gumi and his deleting of posts. So I went and did some research about that, and I found out that it's all propaganda. Gumi has not deleted any anti-US post that he made. The posts that were credible reports show Gumi's anti-US comments were posted on his verified pages. That is that e.g. Punch noted a Facebook post on December 26, 2025. No removal reported. No mainstream news story or fact check found any of his posts missing or withdrawn. On the contrary, outlets were still quoting him in the late December 2025, which would be impossible if the post had vanished. Timing and reasons why this is happening, because there is no confirmation that any posts were deleted. There is no factual deletion timeline. The rumors surfaced around early January 2026 following US actions in Venezuela, but by that time, Gumi had just posted new content on his page. For example, decrying the US operation in Venezuela as supreme banditry. Gumi himself has not publicly acknowledged deleting posts. Social media posts attributed to him claim he said. Don't, I don't delete posts because someone is offended, but this come from informal online posts, not from verified news reports. In fact, Gumi has continued to voice his views strongly. The articles that has remained outspoken and in this who shaped this narrative were actually published in November and December, and they were from Guardian and something African Business. Therefore, there is no official reason for deletions, and Gumi has not given any reason, because the deletion themselves and their claim by those who claim them lack evidence. So why does there is this media and public reaction? Well, in the absence of any credible reporting, mainstream analysts have largely ignored the deletion rumor. Instead, coverage has focused on Gumi's actual statements. For instance, Punch and African Business explained Gumi's call to reject foreign strikes, and Reuters highlighted his criticisms of Trump's rhetoric on social media. Some users even circulated the deleted post story, but credible fact checks and commentary have debunked it as baseless. No major news outlet replicated the claim. In summary, no official journalistic source has verified that Gumi removed any posts critical of the United States or Trump. All available evidence indicates his post remains intact, and he continued to speak out against U.S. threats without withdrawing or deleting those statements. Now, this is what I want to say. I am somebody who opposed Gumi on every front. First, he belongs to a sect where they have a right to believe in what they believe, but I do not believe in their kind of sect and the way in which they practice their form of Islam. But Nigeria is a free country, they can practice it. But what I do not agree with him is the arrogance, the one-sided empathy because mostly he comes up as maybe he doesn't. It's intentional. I think me is serving some foreign purpose. But let me just say this. I think he's serving.
Let me conclude, bros. Let me conclude.
Yeah, I think he's serving some foreign purpose and wearing a mask.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. We never said on this. We didn't quote Gumi deleting any fact, any paper. We didn't even talk about his post here. What we talked about here is that he issued, and that I can play the video for you. He said that America is after him, and I said that he just giving himself some importance. America is not after him, and if America want to pick him, they will pick him just like they pick. Is he bigger than Maduro's? So we're not. That's what we said here at the beginning of the program. I made it clear. I said he said, and the video is out there, that America is after him, and I said America is not after him. Mr. Whatever the name of the guy on the comment is, you keep saying what you don't even know. I would like you to go research before you make your own statement, Mr. Efosa, whatever your name is. We never said that. We didn't say that. There are people who started a program with us here. I don't think they heard us say Gumi deleted posts. No, we said Gumi himself with his own mouth said they are after him, and we said they are not after him. So let him relax and stop giving himself unnecessary importance. All right, let's move on. For further conclusion,
In the description section, in the description section of this same live transmission, there is a.
Let's move on, please.
Please, can we just move on?
Okay, so let me just leave it at that. I think I will make my point. So
no, it's okay. You have made a point. We didn't discuss me. Let's move on. For further conclude.
All right. Thank you. So, as I was saying, the US and the powers that exist, the relationship they have with other nations is the reason why they seem to have problems. Because I don't necessarily understand why they have to impoverish people for them to do well. All they have to do is allow people to be, but not allow them to become a threat. That's all. That is but not impoverish the people. And I think the reason why they impoverish people is because of a level of corruption that is going on. Because most of this level of ownership that they demand from other nations is because they want to enrich their super rich people, which in turn doesn't actually make the population richer. Have you noticed how backward they seem compared to China in terms of infrastructure and the way they try to cater for their citizens today? America barely has one bullet train, but they are rich, keep getting richer and richer and richer and richer. So the money that they are stealing from the poorer nations doesn't trickle down. They're just making the rich. So this problem is even not only for the countries that they're exploiting, it's also for the populations that they inhabit, that they gain their power from. So it's a very, very insidious problem that is based on corruption, really, not even just empire power dynamics. And it's the killer of empires. Maybe that's why people keep saying the American empire is going to fall, because this is the killer of empires, whereby you literally, can you hear the way Trump was talking yesterday? We are going to run their country. We are going to take their oil. It's like he wasn't even hiding anything. He was just talking openly how they are just going to go and steal. And that money is not going to Americans. He literally said Venezuela owe them money. How did Venezuela owe you money for sanctioning them for more than 10 years? What world are we living in anymore? This is a world of theft. And I hope that the population of those countries, because I listened to some English people talking about these things today, most of them are against what he's doing. And most of them can see what he's actually doing in terms of enriching the rich people, and that is not even them that is being enriched. Because most of the wealth, the wealth gap in America, I think from what I gather, just about 10 families' wealth in America is more than 50% of the population's wealth put together. Can you imagine 150 something million people wealth? You put it together, just the 10 top richest family in America has more money than all of them. That is the concentration of wealth at the top that is going on. And those people, they are the ones now that are going to control the cloud system, AI technology, and all this stuff. And they are currently even saying that they want to limit freedom of speech. And in an extent, they've already done it. I think I will share a video of what they do to people. If you say something that they don't like, they can cut off your access to bank account, cut off your access to your ability to travel. They did it to one Swiss lady. The lady couldn't even fly over the air. She couldn't do anything. And they just have to accuse you. You don't have any right. When you appeal, they can just put another one again. When you appeal, they put another one again. This is the world we are walking into, and we are not seeing how dictatorial these people are. Because he says something, please, and they will attack you for it, ostracize for it.
I'm trying as much as possible, because somebody is asking me to bring evidence of America. I said America is not after Gumi. I don't know. America is speaking for Igbo. And the America, allow Gumi and allow also. Okay? I don't understand you guys. We said here that they're not after him. We keep repeating they're not after him. Because I bet let's move on. I'm even tired. Let's draw to a close.
Leave the Gumi on. Let me just summarize what I was saying.
Yeah. Okay. You have
in terms of the Nigeria,
thank you.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Look at
saying
that.
so far.
Akbara, if you carry on, I will talk to the end of the show. What is
Please.
your problem? Don't start.
It's almost 1 o'clock morning here.
Don't start
let's
that.
conclude.
So 1 minute, 1 minute. So the Peter Obi debate and the 2027 election, we have to be careful about, reading the runes. Everything is it may not be that way. Everything could just flip, especially given the state of the world right now. And America is actually bombing Nigeria. The whole thing could flip. The North could turn on Tinubu and all hell could break loose. So democracies are very, very fickle. They can switch anytime you don't expect them to switch. So people should be careful about making predictions of what is going to happen in 2027. And in terms of structures, we can investigate to find out how the structures correlate with the results in the last election and see whether it worked and how it correlates. And has anybody bothered to do that, to find out how the structures correlate with the presidential election? It may not correlate. If it doesn't correlate, then what makes you think it's going to correlate the next time? So that's something we have to be careful also about saying. In terms of this, okay, it's done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Father. I think it's done. I just want to say that this, apart from the fact that Peter Obi is a politician, he's also a very successful businessman. So, basic way of tabulating and understanding profits and losses is simple for him to do. So I'm sure that he has people who are on all this. But whether that will bring about electoral success, we will see as the day go by. All right, we have taken more than enough time. I wanted to stop at 3, but now it's 4. So we're going to take just, I'm not going to call it rant. It's going to be, what's your final word? And that's your final word will just be in less than 30 seconds. So we can also, somebody's asking me if Forefather is going to hold another meeting after this. I don't know. Forefather is here, he will decide for himself. But so far now, there's no meeting set up behind. In fact, we're not supposed to have a meeting today, but we just put this together. So, say this thing, they pay us. So some of them, when they call insult us here, they pay us. Another mean or Forefather, no any other person on this place gets to be paid. So when they come and insult us, what they do as pro bono is very, very interesting. I mean, very sad. Anyway, so Tony, you have 30 seconds to give us your final word.
Yeah, greetings again, everybody. Difficult times for Nigeria. We're seeing all kinds of things happening. Our prophets, those of them who see tomorrow and who they didn't see all the things that are happening in the world today in Nigeria. The one they saw is that if you play 2 of Nigeria's former African footballers of the year, if the coach Eric Child plays them, then Nigeria will lose, and that has been turned upside down. And then the man who said that the world is going to end on Christmas Day, and people should come and enter his ark, and people were selling their stuff and all that, and Christmas Day has come and gone. We didn't see any. We're still living. So hard times, difficult times. I just only hope that our leaders are learning, and where it's possible to take advantage of what is happening to do the right things, they should do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okpara, you have 30 seconds to give us your final word.
I'll make it 1 minute. Yeah, Tony, you didn't mention one of our biggest that the GO that said why Anthony Joshua survived, how he saw him surviving the accident. That was his Christmas. That was his Sunday message today. he saw it, and I was asking, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you call him? Say, please don't go on that tour. Look at what is going to happen. But it was, and the church was clapping, was praising him. How we are just finished. What I'm trying to say is,
KJ will fight you people. KJ will fight you.
No. KJ is not like that. KJ has his own opinion,
Mazi, you forgot also. I'm sorry. You forgot also to mention the one that said God gave him prophecies. He mentioned to him, but the other one that God told him He cannot say it. I don't know how God.
Oh, these guys, they have dealt with people. And not the issue is that poverty. If you are poor, what else? This election, Nigeria is easy to rule, but the people on the top, they don't want to make this country work. For example, is it rocket science to conduct a free and fair election? It is not. This is very simple. Make it constitutional that any candidate defect to another party automatically lose his seat, and a snap election must be conducted. That's the only way to control all this defection, because this defection is the problem you have in Nigerian polity. Make it constitutional. If you defect, you lose, and call for a new election. That is simple. Otherwise, this thing will continue and we're going nowhere. Thank you, and good night from here.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Okpara. And AY, I don't follow in foolishness. Okay, if God revealed to him that there was going to be an accident, he will also reveal to him to stop it, because God reveals to redeem. He doesn't reveal to destroy. If you are if you're a man of God and somebody comes to you with sickness, you don't say, okay, go home and die. There's nothing God can do. It's nothing. I don't see it. Everybody who came to Christ, God healed. Okay, so those people who also say that God gave them a prophecy and say they should say one part and leave the other part, I've never heard it before. But you see, I'm not in their shoes. I don't follow them. You see, as you see me, so how I live my life is as you see me. So if you come meet me inside, God say I should give you my shirt. I will give you, because I'm not there. Except me, I not hear from God. But if I hear from God, I'll give you. But if that one, when you bring the one, when you say God say that you should now go, those that were growing up, some boys used to like when they go and meet a girl, say, God say I should marry you. One of the girls who used to be in the university in our class, and one boy, came up and told her that God said that she's going to be his wife. And this lady is from a very rich family. The lady said, okay, go tomorrow, come and meet me. The next day, he came and met the guy came. The guy told her, okay, me too, I've gone. God say, you're not my husband, please work out. So that's how it should be. We should not just take whatever they say and swallow it. We go also and look for our own answers. All right, AY, please go ahead.
Yeah, good talk so far. Nigeria politicians are just tired, What I'm gonna say is, the reality of it is, these guys, they are all the same. Right now, as we speak, both ADC and PDP and APC, I don't see any different. I have little faith, just like Mr. James said, about these political parties, because how do you explain to me that the former Senate president, who was the part of the mess in Nigeria in the 90s, is the chairman of ADC? So I don't expect anything good to come out from any of these political parties, because perhaps they don't have ideology. None of them have ideology. Yeah, we can kind of move towards individual, but it's sad the state we are, because even the APC I'm looking at, APC will implode. I don't know when. It might be before this election or immediately after. It's going to implode. It's just going to be like PDP. They're going to have serious issues very soon, because they don't come together based on ideology. It's all about opportunity. Oh, let me belong to the ruling party. So, well, all kind of funny stuff. That's the disappointment. So it kind of like, they don't even care about the people. That's the other disappointment. When you see that with Nigerian politicians, they don't 90-something%, they are not interested in, okay, I want the people to have quality water. I want the people to have quality road. They are not interested. So it's a bit frustrating, but we're still gonna keep calling on God, those that believe in God, because it's very frustrating, really frustrating. Then on the part of Peter Obi, like I said earlier, I'm really interested in what happened in ADC, but I know if Atiku is contesting, it's going to be a hard one to crack, except Atiku can understand this time is different. He should just step aside. That's when I think it's going to be easy for Peter Obi. If Peter Obi going for vice president, he's going to lose, I can tell you for free, he's going to lose half of obedient movement. That one I know for sure. So we are going to watch it. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting in this 2026. Thank you.
Thank you so much, AY. Thank you so much. Yes, comrade, I see you. Don't worry, I'm not going to stop. I'll give you opportunity to talk.
Yeah, please. My internet is not stable. I just want to quickly chip in something before it kicks me out again.
Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you for that. Greetings to everybody. Happy New Year once again to everybody. You see, beautiful analysis. I've been listening on the background. I've been in and out intermittently. The truth be said, the truth be told. I'm not here to talk about the credibility of Obi. I'm not here to talk about the chances of Obi. The popularity of Obi, no doubt, is one of the most popular politicians in Nigeria today. But then, about what he has done in Anambra and about what he wants to do, I'm not here to dwell on that. But he needs a platform. He needs the mandate, the people's mandate, that will translate into authority to be able to bring those things, those good things, those adjectives to bear on the lives of the people. So that is the area I want to dwell on. My problem with some obedience, sorry to say, people are not comfortable with it. To assume that Obi cannot make mistake, I think is a most dangerous political fallacy. Obi knows what he's doing, even when he's making some, dangerous political moves. I'm not comfortable with that. Obi is an intelligent person, a successful businessman, no doubt. But there are moves you make. There is a saying that the future belongs to those who see possibility before they become obvious. There are some moves you make. It was at last year. Somebody kicked me out of our show for saying that the platform should be made known. The platform should be as popular, even more popular than the candidate himself, because he has to be everywhere. It's not something you hold to your chest. They kept telling me he was not the platform to his chest. Platform to contest, political party on what you want to contest is something. It's not something you hold to your chest. It's something you have to pay money to even publicize. This is why you see people paying for airtime on Horizon channels. So you don't hold it. For how long do you hold it to your chest? Having said that, these are the facts. Look at the fact. Okay, look at the permutations and the political, calculations. Like AY said, if Atiku does not want to contest, right, which would be easier for the head of a camel to pass through the hell of a needle than Atiku to say he's not contesting. This is the last opportunity he has. You don't need a TP Joshua to tell you this. This is somebody that has been like to Atiku. This is a lifelong ambition, as it was to Agbado. So this is somebody that has been investing, dollarizing the political terrain since 1992. Yeah. Now, considering his age, for Christ's sake, do you need a prophet to tell you that he's not going to back out? Why should they pay to be into this kind of political gangsterism, a political oblivion? This is a political quagmire. This is a kind of political, journey of no return. Why we should not be able to say something like this? See, the problem is right now is even more dangerous than the same factors that kick him out of PDP. Is it in terms of dollar? He's not ready to spend. It's not as if he doesn't have it. He has it, but he doesn't want to do it their own way. Number one. Number two, let's even assuming without considering that Atiku will agree to zone this into the south. I can bet you my life. In a primary election, the way they do it in Nigeria, and Amechi from Rivers State will defeat Obi 10 times if you conduct primary election for them 10 times in a day, because of the way they do it. I'm talking for personal experience. I've been there.
I agree with you 100%.
I've been there. So why would people come when you tell them the truth? They make you look like an enemy of Obi. We all love Obi. I would say, if the Nigerian message is not resonating with Nigerians, my next action is Obi. But when people are not comfortable, you tell them the simple truth. They want to make you look like they are more Catholic than the Pope. It's not helping Obi. Obi does not need much politicians around him. He needs more. He's already popular with the people. What he needs right now, don't get political strategies around him. People to assume that Obi cannot make mistakes, they are not helping Obi. Obi himself said he needs people that can tell him when he's going wrong. No sycophant around you that tell him you're always right. On this note, I rest my case. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, comrade, and I hear you loud and clear. Thank you for even coming back to try and also make your input. My brother Ike, you have 1 minute.
Why 1 minute?
It's 30 seconds. I even gave the AY. You can ask them now. It's just your final word they're giving us, not
I know. The question should be, like my brother Mori, nobody is fighting Mori, about Obi. When people always say, oh, it's because of the obedience that are causing problem for Obi. Obi needs political strategies to work for him. That means he doesn't have political strategies that are working for him. It's the same thing we are saying here. People who think they know Obi more than Obi himself, right? Every politician has an aspiration. Every politician has his way of playing his own politics, right? Mr. Peter Obi have always said that at the beginning of this journey, a lot of people are going to leave him behind, and that's what exactly that is happening. If you are not ready to walk this journey with him, you're gonna walk away. And we have seen people that have walked away, but walking away does not change the fact that the way you walk away, the way a lot of people are walking in. So the question I want to leave to my people in ADC, you want somebody that is going to win primary election for you, or you need somebody who is going to win the general election for you? What do you want? That's the question that everybody that should be in the mind of millions of supporters of ADC. You want somebody who is going to win primary election, or you want somebody who is going to win election for you. So the idea that obedient people don't like to hear the truth. Who told you that? And that's why people don't like obedient, because even Obi himself is not safe from the hands of the obedient people. We don't spare Obi also. So if you have your opinion, you are free to say it. Like you just said here now, Mr. Peter Obi said, anybody that is following him, if it's yes, I'm going to kick you out from my cabinet, because I don't need people who will tell me yes sir. I need people who will challenge me. I need people who will tell me the truth. You see, this is the man he is, and you know that that's the man he is, and that's why you should believe what he's doing. He's not walking into the dangerous net of Atiku, no, because he has always said that Atiku is my master. As an Igbo man, we go and serve people for 5 years, 6 years, they settle you, and when they settle you, both of you will be doing the same business. That is what it is. Obi is a businessman. He's an Igbo man. So Atiku is not the enemy, and the Atiku will never be his enemy tomorrow, because he was his master, and he cannot deny it because they are playing politics together, right? So it has not come to that. Listen, Obi went to ADC does not change the fact that Atiku is his boss. It's normal. So for me and for you and for all of us here, like my brother Tony said and I said earlier, none of us know Obi more than Obi. There are so many things you don't know what is going on for the past 6 months that is going on behind the scene. Obi didn't just wake up last week and declare to ADC. And I can only go to this level because I am a serious obedient supporter. I know what I'm talking. This movement has this thing that culminated the last week is a night walk that has taken up to 8 months. So we don't know what is going behind the scene. It's only what we see. Obi said on the last time he was on the internet, he said, "You're talking about 2027. Do you know if I'm going to be alive till 2027? We're talking, who is going to predict tomorrow? Do you know what's going to happen to you tomorrow? Who knows what tomorrow will look like?" So there are so many things when we are discussing, you should remember that you don't own tomorrow. You don't know what happens tomorrow. And 24 hours, as you people who have been playing politics say, 24 hours is a long time in politics. Even 1 hour is a long time in politics. So we shouldn't be running into conclusion. Obi is going to Obi has even made a greater mistake for leaving a where is the same PDP today? They said they're going to rule Nigeria for 50 years. Where are they today? Do you have PDP? And today is what? Today is 4th of January. Before the 15th of January, you will see that there is nothing like PDP because all of them, they're going to break down the structure to ADC. So forget about all this thing we're talking about. We don't know a lot of things that is going behind the scene, right? We can only speak what we know, right? So I just believe that 2027, we shall know at the end of the day.
Amen.
The man that I believe in stand for. He has told us that he's going to be on the ballot and that he is not contesting for the vice presidency of Nigeria until that day comes, right? So please, we don't have.
All right. Thank you so much, bro.
We are not fighting anybody. But
can I interject for 1 second? Can I just interject for 1 second?
We are closing now.
We disagree with people when you say something that is not true. That's where obedient come in. They come after you. We don't come after you when you are speaking the truth.
We're not.
Comrade,
we're not starting another new debate. Please, let's just end it. It has taken 4 hours and getting to.
Yeah, it's not a long thing. I just want to correct one impression. Just 2 seconds, I'm done.
Okay, go ahead.
There are those that say it's going to be on the ballot. Are we saying now that today is in ADC? If he loses it in ADC, the primaries, he's going to jump into another party immediately in order to contest. So that's selfish, and that is the thinking of a desperado. Number 2, election calendars, they are time bound. You don't have the time to jump. You cannot run 2 primaries in one election cycle.
You are not God now. You are not God now. How can you be thinking like that? You are not God now. Are you God? I just told you. I just told you that you don't know. Don't say what you don't know. I just told you. You don't know. Don't make
speculation. 2 primaries in one election cycle. It's not possible. You don't need God.
Is it only Mr. Obi that have become from one political party to another? Why is
I know it's good to become, but the non-becoming is dangerous.
Let's not hold it.
Is this advice that you people are making? That's why Showore has not moved forward. Because you are giving him bad advice.
No. Showore is not like Obi. Don't bring Showore to this matter. Showore knows what he's doing.
You're not an obedient. So keep to your lane. Park well.
Okay, all right.
He's not about being obedient. Even when you win, I hope you're not going to cry this time around like a baby.
Comrade, you see why I didn't want you to make the comment, because when you speak, another person will speak. You will speak again, another person will speak. So let's just end this show. Mr. Tony, you have the final word.
No, I just want to thank you and thank the viewers, thank the panelists. This has been at least no buzzwords today. It's been good, and everybody has contributed intelligently. I want to just thank Dr. Damages for this platform, and those of you that we see and those that we don't see who are behind the scenes. Thank you so much. I'm just trusting that this 2026, those of us who come in here would also do more, just apart from appearing to support the platform. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, every single one of you. You guys are the best. And you are so important to this channel, because without the guests, you guys, there'll be it just be one talking head, and nobody wants to debate himself. It doesn't make any sense. So I really appreciate you, Tony. I appreciate you, AY. I appreciate you, Brother Ike. I appreciate you, Comrade Omo Yuri. I really appreciate you. Whether I call him or not, just know what's saying that you are the call. I go let
Omoruji. It's simple to pronounce. Omoruji.
Omorigi.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't know, label yourself with that, just a comrade. I know when you're talking to me.
Omorigi. I won't forget again. I just written it down. Okay, so thank you so much, and God bless you all, and may God guide you through the week as we meet again at the end of the week that we are facing, by His grace. And every single person on the keyboard, those that agree with us, those who do not agree with us, we thank you for being here. You guys made it, rock. Thank you also. The debate continues. It's not going to stop with us. It's not going to stop with this. As the week go by, as the days come by, we're going to see more and more development unfold. Whether it is on the side of Obi, who we believe can make Nigeria, can bring the desired change in Nigeria, or whether it is outside of Nigeria where Trump is actually has a hand on the gear, whether it is about Gumi, who is also trying to give himself more important than he should have by saying that Americans are after him. Whichever side of the divide that you are in, whether you are among those who think that what Trump has done in Nigeria is not right, or you're like people like us who are saying, please, when next is he coming? Because I see more of them. The truth is, all of us respect the lives that we live. I'm sure that my Muslim friends don't want to go and meet that 70 virgin so soon. If not, they will have. There are so many ways you can do that. You see trailers every day passing along. You can, okay. So for us, life is very, very important and should not be taken away by anybody. And that's why we do. In fact, for an Igbo person, you don't spill blood. That is one of the things, that culture that we all learn, whether you are a Christian or a traditionalist in Igbo land. The first thing your fathers and your relatives tell you that you do not spill blood. And when that happens, you pay a heavy price for it. Okay, so if that be the case, if that's what it is, and I'm sure it's almost everywhere in Nigeria, why then do we celebrate, or do we just condone today 50 people in Niger State? And they've re-kidnapped the children that were just released some time ago. A friend of mine sent me, where's my phone? Sent me the one in Plateau. People also. So you wonder. God will have to help us and send, deliverance like President Trump to come and help us, since our government has refused to do what is necessary. People are even threatening the new Minister of Defense. So I don't understand Nigeria. They're even threatening the man, So the question is, we need to find how to lay make our beds so we don't lie on thorns and nails. Okay, if we fail to put our house in order, just what happened to Venezuela, and Venezuela may happen to us also. So that's why we come to this channel and we say, it is not about what somebody will do outside. It's what you do inside that we invite the enemy from outside. So do the needful, do the right thing now. Correct what you need to correct. Deal what you need to deal with. So that nobody comes in and take advantage of what you have not been able to do. And then now by, bring a pipeline and feast on our national resources, for which you will have no control and I will have no control. Why don't we put our house in order? Why don't we put our house in order? President Tinubu, you are there now. You are the elected president of Nigeria. Whether by whichever means, you are there now. Authority is in your hands. Use it to make good of your people so that we all can rejoice being governed by you. On that faithful note, I want to say thank you, all of you. God bless you. And we will meet with you next week again.
AJ, you know that the governor of Plateau State has already declared, so you know.
Yes, I don't want to talk about it because it's not what to talk about. Somebody that are killing your people, you are decamping to APC. All right. So good night, all of you, and take care.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a Kalata like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond.